Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, it is a wild and woolly Wednesday of Red River Shootout week. Counting down to the greatest game day atmosphere in all of sports, Texas and Oklahoma. Right there in the middle of the State Fair of Texas inside the Cotton Bowl. Oh, yeah, baby. They don't get no better. And Zay has already scouted out some of the new food. It's going to be there. I had the bacon queso waffle cheeseburger. Best thing I've ever had at the State Fair of Texas. Hands down, bar none. The bacon queso double waffle burger.
No, that's intense, man. That's one of those ones where, yeah, you might have to cleanse for the next few days after eating something like that. But I'm sure it was worth it. I don't know if I'll be able to eat that this weekend, but I'll be on the lookout for it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a lot. That's a lot. You got to be in the right mental to take some head on like that. But yeah, happy Wednesday, everybody. Chip. I want to be excited for this so bad. Like, we're gearing up to go to Dallas, the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew. We'll be at Hardwood Tavern, downtown Dallas. Shout out to Audiovisual Consultations, Covert Bee Cave, Daymaker Half Day Cafe, Syntex Tickets, Austin Duck Adventures, Hayes City Store and Ice House, Port O'Connor, Premier Lodge, and 7-Eleven for holding it down for us being out there. Saturday will be on the fairgrounds from 11:30 to 1:30. And again, like this is a special game. It's a beautiful scene. It's a lot of people who don't have a dog in the fight, but love college football, say it's their favorite game. And I'm excited to have Lance Taylor on tomorrow because this is supposed to be the first year he's going, knowing the way Texas is playing. Maybe Lance sold his tickets and said he might save for a better showing for Red River, but hopefully he gets to see what it's about also, because it's a special game. And I hope this Texas locker room understands that. Some guys do. The Michael Tafts of the world, the Anthony Hills of the world, guys that have made their marks on this game. Malik Muhammad, who's had a block punt in this game that was huge. A lot of these guys have a lot of pride, and this is the game that you got to have a lot of pride in. So what I saw this past Saturday, still not feeling good enough to pick this Texas team to win, but I love being proved wrong. I am man enough to say, when I'm wrong, call me out on it. Like, I'll admit it. I ain't gonna backtrack. I wouldn't be more proud to be wrong picking this game. But I don't know if they have enough dogs to go and play with this Brent Venables team. That definitely does have some dogs and some guys that you better respect. What's up, Marquez?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, look, the way that Texas failed to show up against Florida, I'm sure they're going to show up better against Oklahoma, or they'll be embarrassed. They've been called out, challenged. I'm sure they're hearing it from every which way. Noise is loud. Steve Sarkisian knows that. But what adjustments are you going to make? What adjustments are you going to make to find some success. Because Zay, I just wrote a story over at Horns 24/7. Arch Manning is averaging 3.23 seconds to throw. It is the 6th longest amount of time to throw in FBS among quarterbacks who've started 50% of their team's snaps. That's tied to Steve Sarkisian's desire to throw the ball downfield. And he said so today when I asked him about it on the SEC coaches call. Okay, well, now it's time to change some things up. It's time to go to a quicker passing game like you did with Quinn Ewers. We saw it. We watched it. I mean, Quinn averaged 2.59 seconds to throw last year. Arch 3.23 against Florida 3.49. You can't sit there in the pocket when your offensive line is working like a turnstile. So now you're going up against the number 1 team in sacks per game and tackles for loss and quarterback pressures in OU. They have 3 players with at least 3 sacks. R. Mason Thomas is the highest graded pass rusher in college football, according to Pro Football Focus. And then you got Jaden Jackson, the fire hydrant defensive tackle, who just gets under everybody and gets into the backfield, he's got 3 sacks in 4 games. And then you got Taylor Wine.
Taylor Wine. Over front.
These are young dudes too. I mean, R. Mason is a veteran, but Taylor Wine, sophomore, Jaden Jackson, sophomore. Like Venables is getting the guys that he wants into his system, and he's feeling good about it. And his players are feeling good about themselves. That's the thing, is that you look at these guys on film, they're playing with a ton of confidence. Now, their offense is not tearing it up. To me, the offenses are similar, but John Mateer's been actively playing in this offense for longer than Arch Manning has been actively playing in his offense. And I know people are like, oh, Arch is a 3rd-year player. Yeah, but he ain't been playing. This is his 8th start coming up. So let's see what the adjustments are from this coaching staff, because holding open auditions at left guard in the swamp is not a good game plan. That's not a good game plan. This just in. That's not a good game plan.
So what did Sark say on the SEC meeting today? Because you asked him about throwing it down the field. What exactly did you ask him, and how did he answer it?
Okay, we're gonna do some bootleg.
All right, yeah. This calls for bootleg. Bootlegs,
so that
take us back to our roots.
Take us back to our roots.
Season 1, Chip and Zay, before I figured out some things.
That's right. This is how we started it. Right. You ready?
Yeah.
Hey Steve, I think Arch's time to throw is like 3.23 seconds. Is that, where do you want it to be?
Well, I think it all depends on, what you're trying to do offensively, right? And, obviously Arch is a guy who can push the ball down the field, and we're trying to, especially early on in the season, we're trying to play to his strengths and try to do some things that he does well. What that requires, hold the ball for half a second or so longer. So when you do that, that stresses the protection some. And so, at times when, with Quinn was the elite RPO guy. And everyone used to criticize Quinn because he threw so many balls at or behind the line of scrimmage. And so what you try to find and what you try to do is find balance in all those things, to where you can throw the deep ball, throw the intermediate ball, and throw the short ball. And certain games, certain times, certain parts of the season, you lean into one aspect more than the other. And if you're throwing a lot of quick game and RPOs and screens, that number's going to be really low. It might be below 2. But if you're holding the ball and trying to push it down the field, or you're behind in games and you're scrambling around a little bit, you're taking shots down the field, that number might be higher. So, ideally, you're probably in the mid 2s. That's usually the average when it's all said and done. But I was definitely obviously aware of that number.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. I understand that Arch throws the ball well down the field. Your offensive line doesn't block well enough for that to happen. So I think making it simple for your team right now is to get back to that short intermediate game where you get the ball out of his hands quick. Just because your offensive line, especially if you're going to be doing this rotation stuff with Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks, you ain't got time, Arch. We don't got time to look up down the field. And he made some plays where
ain't got time. Sark.
Well, yeah, Sark.
Like now everyone's wondering, like I've been critical of Arch for maybe, staying on that deep receiver too long. Obviously, that's the goal. Well, you got to change it up because you got to let your quarterback know it's okay to check it down. And you're running all these deep routes. It's taking time to develop. And like you just said, Zay, they are not holding up in protection. And it got worse seemingly as the game went on. Because then the offensive line was so jittery, they committed 8 penalties in the second half. So, Sark, help your quarterback. Help your quarterback. Run the quick stuff. And the good news is you haven't shown it this year. So they don't know who the intended receivers are going to be for the quick game. So, hey, no better time than the present to unveil your quick passing game. Maybe it does involve Emmett Mosley.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you have to sit Ryan Wingo down, so be it. Parker Livingston's willing to go. Now you got Emmett Mosley, DeAndre Moore out there. Like, I like Ryan Wingo. I still think he can do big things for this team, but they're going with the deep shots to him majority of the time.
Right.
All these deep shots are to him. If he's not good in that intermediate quick screen game, RPO game, then you got to find your receivers that are. We know DeAndre Moore is. He did it last year. I'm assuming that Emmett Mosley, the 5th, is about that life. Parker Livingston, I'm sure he's about that life too. And I can't even say that about Ryan Wingo because he was a part of the offense last year, even though he wasn't involved as much as a Matthew Golden or an Isaiah Bond. He was still involved a lot, so it shouldn't be a foreign language to him going back to last year's offense a little bit. But we haven't seen it much this year as to what you're saying, Chip. So give him a chance to at least be a part of it. Like, if you don't want to block somebody in this game, I don't know what to tell you. If you're not pissed off about the Athletic article that dropped yesterday, the embarrassment that you put on against Florida, all the expectations. If I'm Mookie Taff, I'm telling everybody in that locker room, yo, I came back for this shit. Looking around, looking at everybody, looking them in their eyes so they can see that fire in Michael Taff's eyes, who had the highest grade on Pro Football Focus on Saturday. And he didn't play great. He could have had that tackle on Jaden Ball. He probably knows he should have had that fumble from Grayson Littleton on Dallas Wilson first play of the game. So, yeah, where your pride at, man? Because you heard Dan Neal yesterday. Dan Neal was so disappointed. It was hard to hear Dan sound like that, man. Dan said this game, he's never been that disappointed watching Texas football.
Yeah.
That's a lot of football Dan's watched since he played to now. That's a lot of games. Yeah, man, you got to find some heart. This is one of those games where just who wants it more? Because this whole like Brent Venables, man, he trying to be cute. You know, they practicing in the dome, they practicing indoors. Brent say, I don't think he playing. I don't know. Right now, it seems like he ain't playing.
He hasn't participated in any good on good.
Come on, man.
You don't need to.
Yeah. The Chipotle worker told us. You hear about that? You hear that story?
He was at Chipotle and said,
he was at Chipotle, told the homie that was working the tortillas, said, yo, I'm playing. The tortilla dude said, hey, bro, you want extra guacamole? Wait a minute. Wait, you John Mateer. Say, dog, you playing against Texas? John Mateer said, I'm playing.
Well, yeah. He's playing.
I trust Chipotle.
You count on that.
You count on that.
Yeah.
Count on that. Yeah, just say he playing, Brent. What you got to lose?
Yeah, man.
I like that. If I don't feel good about a lot of things, I like that Brent still being protective because that's fear. Brent was there for 49-0. Brent was there for 34-3. He knows he can't take any chances. You know what I'm saying? He knows that Texas team has talent. They might not have no toughness or no heart right now, but they got talent. If they find that toughness, if they find that heart somehow, look out. Brent knows. That's why he chewed out his team after Kent State. They beat the brakes off Kent State. But Brent Venables had to send the message. Say, yo, 44-0 against Kent State won't beat Texas next weekend. I'm telling y'all. Which that might not be true, but that's good coach stuff right there. As a coach's son, I appreciate that because Brent knows this game is different. You can't take no chances. And if Texas doesn't meet that energy, it could get scary.
Well, and Brent also knows he's got a defense to win this game finally. He's finally got the dogs up front who can wreck a game. And let's be honest, Texas had those game wreckers the last 2 years. Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, game wreckers. Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, game wreckers. They got good defensive tackles, and they've hit on all of their transfers, although Levon Johnson didn't get much run after he looked, my man had a tackle for loss in his one appearance. But anyway.
Oh, shocker. We have no idea what these Texas coaching staff is doing with the rotations. Shocker. Shocker.
What are we doing? But the defensive tackles are good, but you saw a lot of offensive linemen getting to the second level in that Florida game. You saw Anthony Hill with offensive linemen in his face. He's not used to that. And if that's taking him out, then put his ass on the edge. You know he's going to get to the quarterback. He'll show everybody how to get it done. So,
yeah.
I mean, this is a really interesting game. I mean, defensively, I think Texas can hold up in this game. Oklahoma's averaging 33.9 points per game after that Kent State game. But they were averaging right where Texas is at 29 before that game. So the offense is very similar. Obviously, Mateer has more experience, more game experience in his offense than Arch does. But, man, Sark's got to help out Arch. Let him have some of that quick game. Let him, show that he can get the ball out of his hands. And, I mean, I know they used the whole preseason to get him, to get Arch going and get that deep passing game going. And it happened against San Jose State, 9, explosive pass plays, but then it bogged down against UTEP, and then it fired up against Sam Houston. And, he said that you heard that Sarkisian called Quinn an RPO elite RPO thrower. Well, guess what? You got to be able to run the ball to run a run pass option. And so now Sark's got to dial up the quick game without the benefit of the RPO, or maybe you try, I don't know. But when I say quick game, James, I'm talking about screens, those screens down the line of scrimmage, the wide receiver.
James hit you with a, what you mean?
What do you mean? I'm talking about quick slants. You know, something, I think Emmett Mosley's tough enough to go across the middle. DeAndre Morris too. I mean, these guys, they hit Wingo with a quick slant for a touchdown a couple games ago. So that's what I mean. And nothing wrong with a little razzle dazzle. How about a little yo-yo motion and a throw to the flat to Ryan Niblett? See what he's got. Now that you got, make sure he's running behind Emmett Mosley so he'll get a block, or DeAndre Moore. But, you know, we haven't seen the creative stuff from Sark. We have, and the creative stuff, they ran that yo-yo motion backfield stuff to Keelan Robinson in 23. Like, he hasn't shown any of that.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you know, tried the wide receiver pass. It was wide open. You saw what happened with that.
Well, here's the thing. Everyone's like, well, Arch doesn't have any touch. You know, he's throwing fastballs from 10 feet away. Well, then work on that. We know he can throw the deep ball. Sometimes he throws it too far. How about, let's see how he can do on the touch passes, the screens, and the quick slants. Because you got to extend it. You cannot have 3rd and 11 be your base third down play again. That's not a typo, kids. Texas averaged 3rd and 11 on 3rd down against Florida. You're not going to win. I don't even know how they stayed within 8 points. That was ridiculous. So, man, you got to do everything you can to help this offensive line right now. And Eric Henry wrote today about all the players for Texas who've never played in this game. That scares the crap out of me.
Good grief.
Last year was like 4 guys who hadn't played in this game. It was like Matt Golden, Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden. And this year, you got a bunch of dudes. Whoever's playing left guard.
Man, these fools going to be wetting their draws, man. Come on. You kidding me? I don't understand it. Like I said yesterday, you can't be dumb without, and not be tough. Like, how are y'all both? Like, that's the discipline. You know, getting to the line, understanding the snap count. You know what I'm saying? Like, just little things, man. Understand that you got to get your hands in positions where the refs aren't going to want to pull out that laundry. Like, just smart football. Like, they have to get back to the basics, like elementary stuff football this team can't do right now. Those things scare me. Like, and when you play in a defense like this, and they want revenge, man. OU wants revenge. Like, this is one of those games where they might try to run it up. I don't know how, even with John Mateer. And that's, if this defense can force enough turnovers, who knows? Because I really don't know how, whether John Mateer or Michael Hawkins Jr., how they're going to push the ball down the field. I like Isaiah Satania, but hell, we talked about it. They needed a cheat play to beat Auburn.
Right.
So they're not necessarily, that run game. John Mateer, you're going to have to show me that thumb's cool, and we going to hit your ass. And don't let it be no pile, John Mateer. This is Red River. All classiness goes out the window. Straight up. I'm sorry. Somebody had to say it. All class. If you in that pile and somebody, I rolled on his thumb. Oh, man. I'm sorry, John. Excuse me. Hell, even the captain's handshake, I'm shaking that thing hard. You better come with the left. And even then, I'm going to grab the hell out of it. Just let him know.
He's gonna give a fist pump. He
gotta be smart.
He ain't exposing that thumb.
Yeah. We gonna test that thumb a few times. Like, you better be able to get that ball out quick. And the corners, man, Kobe Black. I don't know. We find out today, 7 p.m. if Malik Muhammad. What does it say about the injury report? I hope he's back. I've never been so just hopeful.
So fired up to see Malik Muhammad on the field.
Yeah, man. And a part of me is like, Dallas Wilson really caught this team off guard. Nobody expected him to be like that. He is a freshman. There's zero film on the guy. Are you going to go back and watch his high school tape? That don't mean shit. He playing against other high school kids. That don't mean nothing. So that's a big curveball that you had to see there. Because that dude, he might be the best freshman in the nation. Like, in one game, he looked like this.
Oh, yeah.
So that type of just, okay, you caught us off guard a little bit. A little part of me is trying to give Pete Kwiatkowski, Dwayne Aquina, these secondary coaches, a little bit of benefit of the doubt. But I like Isaiah Satania. I like Deion Burks. I don't know if they could take the top off like that with this offense. Because I just don't know how you fear the running game. I fear Jaden Ball a little bit. Like, I don't fear any of these other guys. Like, Jaden Ball.
Jaden Ball is an NFL running back.
Exactly. Like, Torrey Blaylock, the freshman out of Humble, Texas. Jaden I know Sooner Cowboys. Oh, Jaden he's slowly getting back. I'm okay, cool. But, you don't fear that running back room at all. So if Texas could just make it ugly to where the Oklahoma defense is like, damn, are they going to put any points up? Because all you need is a couple of plays, a couple of slip-ups, a Kobe Black play where dude just falls on his face and you get a wide-open touchdown out of it.
Well, he got palmed to the ground. At least he didn't just slip and fall. At least he got palmed.
No, that's worse. No, that's worse. I'd rather slip and fall than somebody grab my freaking face and shove my ass on the ground. Yeah, hell no. Where your manhood at? Jalen Gilbo? You too. Jelani McDonald? This was Jelani McDonald's worst game as a Longhorn. They had Xavier Filsaime out there a lot after he gave up that touchdown to Dallas Wilson. Jelani McDonald, come on, bro. You took Andrew Makuba's number because you said you were foe.
Well,
come on, dog.
You talking about on the in-breaking route?
No, I'm talking about the 55-yard.
Oh, when he tried to punch it out instead of tackling him? Yeah. Yeah, let's get the guy on the ground, get him out of bounds instead of trying to punch the ball out.
The in-breaking route, I don't know whose fault that was.
Well,
was acting like it was.
Yeah, Taft was playing single high, and he drifted in the wrong direction, and it was just wide open. I mean, Kobe Black, you could tell he had outside leverage, so he thought he had help inside, and Taft couldn't get over fast enough. It was a good play. They outfoxed the Texas defense. I don't know for a fact that Taft was supposed to, shade to that side of the field, but the way that Kobe played that he played outside leverage, meaning he was trying to force Dallas Wilson inside. Well, Dallas Wilson was more than happy to go inside because there was no one over the top. So, yeah, that looked way too easy.
Yeah, I hope this isn't a weak corner room because we haven't really talked about that. We didn't really think that was going to be a thing. And I knew losing a player like Jahdae Barron, moving Jalen Gilbo to the outside, Grayson Littleton, he's held his own, but also he's a freshman, so he has his moments. But Kobe Black and Cade Phillips, if Malik Muhammad continues to deal with this hamstring injury, which it is a hamstring, so that doesn't make you feel good. Like, I'm still not convinced Contravian Wisener's 100%, even though he said that a few days ago. But if there's a serious cornerback issue here where even though Kobe Black and Cade Phillips are promising, but they just haven't had it figured out yet, that ain't good. That ain't good. I'm going to try to give him the benefit of the doubt. If you have a scouting report on Dallas Wilson, who knows what would have happened? You had none. That dude looked like freaking Jeremiah Smith in one game.
Hell, he looked like A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Big, strong, physical.
Yeah, this grown man stuff right there. Yeah.
Ronald's asking, is Wardell Mack still in the doghouse? No, he's been playing. He's playing. Yeah. Quick passes don't work when you can't keep the defense honest. No, I mean, look, if you're going to throw that wide receiver screen, you got to have a blocker out there. A smart blocker. Remember when they threw that wide receiver screen to Xavier Worthy on the first play of the game and he went 75 yards for a touchdown?
Yeah.
Because he had a good block out there from Jay Witt. And if you've got a good blocker who's not going to just, sachet Olay, that play has a chance. But you got to be creative with it. That's what I mean about this yo-yo motion and like where they fake it this way and then you turn and throw it the other way. Like Sark's got that kind of stuff. He's got that in his bag. I mean, make sure no one's breaking on that ball. You don't need no pick six.
Towards the end of last year, that play wasn't working as much. I think you could go to that at this point with this new team.
Yeah, and get some dress it up differently. Sark knows how to do that. That's what offensive coaches do. They try to make the same play look different. I mean, that's the art of the deal. Yeah, I think, man, I mean, I'm not breaking any news here. This is a test of what these players are all about. It is a test of the team culture. It is a test of if they're connected. And you got some weird stuff going on the offense where veteran offensive linemen are getting passed over for freshmen. And is Kyle Flood communicating that correctly? Because if he's not, you're going to have players checking out left and right. Because we talked about Neto's been in the program 4 years. Nate Kibble's a red shirt. And,
Neto's not that bad. Like, you look at Neto's reps from earlier this year compared to what we saw from Nick Brooks on Saturday.
Right.
It ain't great. The dude's not Quentin Nelson by any means, but I don't get why he's just completely in the doghouse. That's how it looks. Like, you're third string left guard.
Well,
after Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks, you serious?
That's the thing. Like, I had one person say they quit on him. He didn't quit on them. So it's like, that's what I'm talking about. You can't have that kind of stuff in the room. It's your job, Kyle Flood, to make sure that all those guys understand exactly why guys are playing, what it's going to take for other guys to play. You got to stay connected to these guys because, if you start doing this game of we got to develop for the future, well, then you're going to pay for it all right now. You're going to have more days like Florida where you're playing Lance Jackson and look, I think Lance Jackson is going to be a stud, but he doesn't set the edge in the run. He doesn't have the experience to handle a guy like Jaden Baugh. Your first priority is to make sure Jaden Baugh doesn't get outside of you because that dude's a monster.
Like, Baugh was bouncing that thing out so smooth, man. Jaden Baugh.
I mean, everyone's mad at Michael Taft for being one-on-one with Baugh, and the whole Baugh just bounced it.
Yeah, he's bounced it.
He just headed for the hole, saw 16. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go outside.
Brent Venables, you could be 5-0 if you gave that dude the ball like 25 times a game.
You mean?
Excuse me, Billy Napier. Yeah, Billy Napier. Yeah.
The fans were like, why are you not running Jaden Baugh? He was averaging, it was ridiculous. He was averaging like, I don't know, 8-9 carries a game.
Yeah.
And they gave him enough carries and he worked it. If he doesn't, let's see, how many carries did Jaden Baugh have? He had against Texas, he had 27 carries. He was averaging like 12 carries a game. Like double that workload and look what you got. Now you got play action. You got everything working. Yeah, Tennessee Longhorns, like quick passes don't work. Can't keep the defense honest. Florida, they can keep the defense honest because they can run it. And their fans are like, where the hell's Jaden Baugh? This guy might be the best running back in the country.
Stupid.
You look like it to me. But, man, when you're not ready mentally, you get a performance like you saw against Florida. I'm talking about the Texas defense. And, like, Kobe Black, he doesn't know about Dallas Wilson, but he does immediately. And then he's like, oh, I
can't be scared, man.
No, he's not scared.
He said, oh.
No, but he was up against it. Like, that kid's a freak. That kid is what Texas fans were hoping Ryan Wingo would be. That kid is what everyone who recruited a high-end receiver, and look, it's on Sark. And it's on the talent evaluation. I'm not going to put it all on, the whole staff. Steve Sarkisian has said the whole staff has to agree on a player. Like on offense, all the coaches have to watch the film and say, yep, that's our guy. We like him. Let's offer him. Okay. Well, Dallas Wilson, Tampa Tech, and they've got good, I'm telling you right now, they got good resources in Florida. They got guys who can help Texas get players out of Florida. And I don't know what Dallas was charging. He probably was charging a lot. And Texas had already invested a lot or was planning to invest a lot in Khalil Lockett and Jamie French and Michael Terry. And yeah, now you can say, man, you could have taken all their money and given it to Dallas Wilson. But
good grief, man.
Well, no, I mean he's just getting started.
No, I agree, but
and
now it goes back to Chris Jackson and everybody else. Like, what are they doing with development? Steve Sarkisian, yes. What are they doing to develop these guys? Yeah, offensive coordinator Kyle Flood, like.
And that's the thing. This is where you have to be able to recruit and determine a guy's heart. Is he a dog? Or does he get the money and just be like, hey, check me now. Hey, ladies on 6th Street. I got 6 figures to come to Texas. Can I buy you a drink? Like, you need to have that guy that's like Grayson Littleton. I'm never going to criticize Grayson Littleton because I know he's in the film room right now. And that dude's going to be so good. Every game he's going to get better. And they're going to test him every chance they get. But he planted Dallas Wilson on his back. And now, looking back on that first play of the game, you're like, damn, that was a grown man hit right there because Dallas Wilson is the truth. So you need more dudes like Grayson Littleton because if they're starting to listen to the noise and they're like, yeah, you can't show up in this game like that. Not Saturday.
See, that's the thing. Like, maybe those freshmen are ready, but they're just not getting their opportunities.
If that's happening,
thing.
then Steve Sarkisian, good gravy. That is your side of the ball. You coached, Najee Harris and Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith. Like, you know what it looks like. And I know there are people who are like, why are you going away from speed? And I get it. Khalil Lockett has speed, but he's not ready. Jamie French, speed, not ready. Too many drops, too many this. I don't know. That's what
they forced Xavier Worthy to be ready.
Yeah, but Xavier Worthy was ready.
He was ready, but the way they threw him the ball, you don't know unless the guy gets out there. Like Xavier Worthy had no choice because there weren't really many guys in the room.
That's right. Right.
So there's not enough production to
think about that for a second. They had him and Jordan Whittington and Casey Kane in 21.
It's brutal.
And Xavier Worthy almost broke he did break a bunch of the freshman receiving records, but he was ready. I mean, I'll never forget that OU game in 21.
Oh, he went crazy.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, Jack injuries, man. What you get them for? If you're not going to use them.
Well, they're trying to throw it to Ryan Wingo. Throw it to Jack Endries.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the week, and it's just crazy that they're having to make all these adjustments. But look, you've got all this stuff. You've been practicing these plays since summer. You've got short and intermediate routes. You've got stuff that can get the ball out of Arch's hands faster. And you know what the good news is? They're rolling the pocket, and Arch can be accurate on the move. Like, he's over the whole skipping the ball in the dirt to DeAndre Moore in the first play of the Ohio State game. I guarantee you he couldn't breathe on that play. And now he knows. Now he's been in the war. He's been hit a dozen times.
Oh, the way he's been hit? Yeah. It can't get worse.
Right. Now he walks out on that field expecting war. And that's when your quarterback starts to mature. So give him a chance. Give him a chance. I know you want to test those deep balls, and they're there. They're there. That's the other thing. They're there. Like the throw to Emmett Mosley where Arch got hit in the flipping face mask, should have been a penalty. They've had some deep balls that were there, just didn't connect, but he did connect with Ryan Wingo.
Yeah.
38 yards.
On the play where he had to juke Tyreek Sapp, or that would have been another sack.
I'm impressed with Arch's pocket movement. He steps up, he slides, he does stuff. Johnny Manziel ran out the back of the pocket every time. Arch steps up. He's a big, strong kid. And that's another reason they don't mind having him hold the ball in the pocket. He's a big, strong kid. It goes back to what Lyle Senline told me about being the center for, Kurt Warner with the Cardinals and being the center for Carson Palmer with the Cardinals. Like, he would say Kurt Warner was getting that ball out. Like, Kurt was late in his career. He didn't want to get hit. That ball was getting out. Carson Palmer, oak tree. He's a bad guys are hitting him, bouncing off him. He's still, and the offensive line's like, throw it, Carson. Got that. Throw it. We can't hold up anymore. And now you got a big, strong quarterback. So you're like, oh man, he can hang in there. He can hold it 3.23 seconds, get that deep ball off. So
according to Texas fans, they got a backup first rounder anyway with Matthew Cardwell. So maybe Steve Sarkisian is just like, hey, if he gets hurt, we're good because Cardwell's going to come in and sling it. Like again, Arch, he earned a lot of respect from me this past Saturday. Like, I've been saying that ever since that game ended. The way that he was taking shots, the way that he knew he was going to take a shot, but still had to deliver, still had to be accurate. Like, that says something about his heart. Like, I'm not questioning his heart. I'm not questioning his toughness.
He's going to get better from that game. Like, this article in The Athletic, they're trying to be cute. The guy who wrote it, he's like half trying to destroy the kid and half like being tongue in cheek about, like, you don't ever call someone a flop until their career is done.
Yeah, you called him a bust early. Call him a bust early. Yeah.
And it was all because his commercials are running while he's not playing so well. Okay. Understand. No one's going to feel sorry for Arch. He's got some Skrilla in his pocket from these commercials. But you can tell the kid wants to be good at football, and he's working in that direction. And trust me, I'll say this. All these cats that are Nick Brooks, yeah, he'll be better for it next year. But Arch Manning's here now, and the window is 25-26. And that's what's been frustrating for Texas fans, because it's like, wait a minute. You went all in on the defense. You went all in on the defensive line. Kyle Flood said, we're good on the offensive line. And they did go after. We got some great articles that have been written in the last couple of days. Mike Roach wrote one. Hummer's got a great article out. We're going to talk to him at 3:00. I'll retweet his article because it covers a lot of ground about Arch not having the supporting cast around it. And I mean, I've said it before. Quinn Ewers got to play 3 years with Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor, and Jake Majors. And Arch is playing with this. I mean, he needs help.
Yeah, that was kind of my main point all offseason. You know, as much hype that he was getting, I was saying the guys around him are going to have to make him look good. And that just hasn't been the case. He's had to really do everything for this offense to get any sort of flow, whether it's his legs or his arm. And then you have the run game, which is pretty much irrelevant. You think Travion Wisner have to be the best player on this team. He hasn't been able to do that because he's been hurt at this offensive line, and you just got a whole mess of problems. Like, it's such a domino effect with this offense. Like, this messes up this, that messes up that. Like, it's very hard to see any type of future success because we all know when it comes to this beautiful game of football, it all starts with the trenches. So if your O-line is going to have as many problems as this Texas team does, whether it's talent, whether it's toughness, whether it's assignments, run blocking, pass blocking, it's just overall a struggle, then it really doesn't matter. And as much as we've been preaching, we've been talking about, just trying to break down this game, if that offensive line doesn't put any type of heat on this defense, this front seven for Oklahoma, it doesn't matter what Arch can do. It don't matter about this wide receivers and that quick game, run game. It don't matter. DJ Campbell, look yourself in the mirror, bro. It's one of those moments. Cole Hudson, look yourself in the mirror, bro. Cole Hudson's been in the program for a long time, has played a lot of minutes and a lot of snaps. Those two, they got to do something. Trevor Gooseby, he tries to be that leader of the team, but he might need some more skins on the wall. And he is the best offensive lineman so far. But Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell, I expect more from them, especially from a leadership standpoint. They gotta just enforce their will on these Sooners, man, because those guys, again, they call themselves the dog pound. Like I saw their Twitter the other day. They're laughing at, making jokes about their highlights in the Kent State game. Like they coming in this Texas game like, yo, ain't no way the Horns could beat us. It's like, okay, all right. Like I like that the Archimanian article came out. Like you need all the bulletin board material you could possibly get at this point. Somebody has to get pissed off. Somebody, like I haven't heard anything about a fight this week in practice. I don't know if that's a good thing. You know me.
Say he's looking for that fight.
I'm looking for that fight. I'm looking for that little squabble. I need somebody to get held back.
Who's throwing hands?
You want it? Again, it was embarrassing. You got your ass whooped in Gainesville. Embarrassing. Special teams. What have y'all done this year? Besides just be a liability. I like Mason Shipley. He hasn't had many opportunities. I like Jack Bomeister, but overall, Jeff Banks, what are we doing? Like, can we give the opposing team tough field position, or are we just going to let that ball bounce in the end zone? Like,
right. Right. They set up to play field position. They had
great punts.
Had Ryan Niblett down there, DeAndre Moore. Sometimes it's not your day. So Saturday in the Cotton Bowl, make it your day.
Yeah.
Get down there, sell out to make that catch. Like DeAndre Moore did. Remember against Vanderbilt last year?
Yeah.
He caught the ball. He caught the punt on the one. He looked around. Nobody there. You can catch the punt.
Yeah.
It's allowed. You can do that. As long as there's not some dude there trying to catch it too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. When MJ knocked out Steve Kerr's ass, it had to be done. It had to be done. Steve, like, I don't know what you want. You want to win these rings or not? Like, stop playing around. Hold each other accountable. Mike had to do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Mike probably had to go gamble afterwards, but when he was on that court, he was holding the teammates accountable. Who's going to do that? Yeah, it might change the friendship. So what? If they don't understand it, you shouldn't be their friend anyway. You're at Texas, bruh. If you don't understand the standard, and it starts with the coach, which, again, he's out here talking about you go to the horseshoe, you go to Gainesville and see how guys do that. If that's the mindset, then maybe that's why this team's soft. Because that's not a hardcore mindset. That's not a tough, I'll beat the hell out of you in a back alley type of mindset. I hope he gets that corrected and hope he understands that. Hey, we all mess up. We all say some things sometimes that we shouldn't have said. I don't know if he'll apologize for what he said. Probably not. He probably meant to say it in a different way. But either way, it didn't come out like a team that's hard-nosed. So your team represents your coach, man. This coaching staff, it shouldn't have been a fun week at all. Like it should be a very dark.
Well, Sarkisian said today that everybody's been challenged, and Sark he coaches hard. I've seen him. I mean, he will get up your backside. Sometimes, maybe they need to make sure that one of either the position coach or somebody's there to make sure that they know the coaches aren't giving up on them, offensive line. But yeah, I mean, this is a test of everything this week, because if you keep committing these penalties and you're averaging 3rd and 11 on 3rd down, you're going to get your ass beat. You're going to lose by 2-3 touchdowns in this game. So yeah, it's a scorched earth week this week. Because, especially to the defense, honestly, hate to say it, but this defense has talent, and this defense, but man, I know there's a bunch of dudes that have experience, but they don't have a lot of, like, the one vocal leader is Taff. Like, Anthony Hill's not real vocal. LaFau's not real vocal.
Ant Hill needs to change that. He has to change that. I
Yeah.
don't know if anyone could talk to him. And it's just in you. You know, guys get better being a vocal leader, you know, and they're so young. Like some guys, they don't really figure that out until they get to the pros. But Ant Hill, he just has too much talent and respect in that room not to be a vocal leader. And I knew there was something off about it when he made those comments about Arch and said that, like, nah, we don't go talk to the quarterback. And it's like, dude, sometimes the quarterback needs that for certain players. I'm not saying
like Andrew Makuba. Andrew Makuba had a good way. Remember when he went up to Jade Barron right before the overtime against Arizona State and said, hey, it's flat. You need to get everybody up. And bam.
Yeah. And Andrew Makuba knew, like, yo, I've only been here for a year. Even though I'm respected, there's certain things I can't do where it's going to be the same type of motion if I do it opposed to Jade Barron. Jade Barron, that thing is going to get some serious traction to it because that's just the voice and type of guy he is. They don't have that right now, man. You know, Leona LaFau, he's pretty quiet and, you know, kind of kept to himself type of guy. They got Hero Canoe, one of the leaders, talking, which is really interesting because he just got here.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of those transfer guys. So he's one of the leaders in the locker room, which good for him. Like, good for him, you know, coming over from Ohio State and taking that role, but also you kind of want it to be someone who's been in the program.
I think it's going to be Alex January. If Alex January keeps progressing, you know, he's got to keep getting better. That's a guy whose dad played at Texas. Like, he gets it. He's a guy they really believe in. And then a guy like Lance Jackson is going to be that guy. Like, he could develop into a Baron Sorrell type. And I know they're trying to kind of force it along. And he'll learn from that Florida game that he's got to set the edge. He's big, strong. He can handle it. He can do it. But they were so obsessed with trying to get pressure on Lagway that sometimes they lost their running lanes. And then, you know, like, I think, yeah, I mean, everyone's asking, you know, why didn't they rush it? I'm with you. Bring the house. Bring it. Like, right after you see him hopping around, bring the house.
Yeah.
Like, put doubt in his mind. You got beat by a one-legged quarterback who played on one leg for 3 quarters and lit you up because no one touched him. No one touched him.
No.
It was like 8 pressures of, you know, they didn't hit him. He wasn't on the ground. I couldn't believe it. And that drives me crazy. And I get it. You've got good players. So you're like, we'll get there with 4. We got to play coverage. No, you got a quarterback on one leg. Go knock him senseless. I mean, not senseless, but make it where he's questioning whether he should be on the field.
Yeah, especially after what you saw Miami do to him, which
Right.
they brought the heat over and over and over again. And I get it. Texas doesn't have anybody like Ruben Bain on their squad, but still, like, yeah, I'm with you, Chip. They should have done.
Well, Anthony Hill off the edge. I'm tired of seeing Anthony Hill drop into coverage. I'm tired of seeing that. So, you know, you can drop LaFau into coverage or put Ty Anthony Smith out there with LaFau and put Ant Hill at the edge, because Ant Hill knows how to get to the football. And if you're just telling him go, he'll get there. And we saw that his freshman year. We saw that in 23. He had 2 third down sacks against Alabama. Like,
Yeah, you got to start doing what's best for the team. I get guys, you want to show their versatility for these NFL scouts and stuff. And these coaches have listened to these guys like Jade Barron saying, I want to move from nickel to outside, and Jalen Gilbo following suit. But you need your best 11 out there, regardless.
Doing what they do best.
Doing what they do best. Yeah.
I mean, look, Ant Hill is a football player. The NFL knows he's a football player. You need him to rush the passer right now. So, or shoot a gap. I mean, drop a D lineman and shoot Anthony Hill. Like, you've done enough film study to know where that's going to, especially if you're overload one side, drop a D lineman and shoot Anthony Hill. He's going to run through whoever's trying to pick him up. That's what, Ant Hill gives you that. Like we saw from Florida, they're running through the blitz pickup. They're putting guys on their backside. Christian Clark, Quatravian Wisner. And that's how Ant Hill attacks a running back trying to pick him up. He just runs through him. And he just takes that blocker into the quarterback. That's the kind of physical play you need. I'm not seeing that enough. And now, Ethan Burke's got a brace on his leg.
Not good.
All right, let's bring in my man Hummer. Hole in one, Hummer. Hummer, you hit another hole in one with your story about Arch Manning and how Texas the coaches need to help them. Some of the coaches' decisions. It's not all Arch out there by himself. It's who's around him. And Zay and I were just talking about, Quinn Ewers gets to play 3 years with Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor, and Jake Majors, and Arch Manning's playing with, hey, pick a name out of the bag at left guard this week,
Yeah, 100%. Receiver too, right? Like,
yeah,
you see guys like Matthew Golden and A.D. Mitchell and running backs come through the program like Jonathan Brooks, and you're thinking like all these talented guys you're going to get to play with. And it's early, right? Like, and I need to emphasize this, and this is a thing that I think everybody needs to think about, including myself, when I talk about Texas. Like, a lot of the young pieces for Texas are young pieces, right? It's a really young receiver room. Some parts of the offensive line are experienced, but most of it is very young as well. Like, these players could improve, but for a year that felt like Texas had circled for a while, first year with Arch Manning, second year in the SEC, you can make some noise. Like, the infrastructure around Arch is just not good enough if you're Texas, if you want to contend for a national championship. That's just the reality of it. The stats bear it out, and I think our eyes bear it out if you watch it on every Saturday.
Well, I read your story, and so I went on the SEC coaches call and asked Sark about the 3.23 seconds, time to throw for Arch, and said, what should it be? And he said, it depends on what you're trying to do offensively. We've been trying to feature what Arch does best, which is throw the ball down the field. So you're going to be holding the ball longer. And, everyone's like, man, he holds the ball. Okay, well, some of that is by design. I mean, and, we saw Sark dial up a bunch of quick game passing for Quinn. Of course, the RPO game helps if you have a running game, which Texas doesn't really have right now. They're going to have to shorten up his time in the pocket this week, Hummer, or OU's going to be, wearing him for a cape.
Yeah, and it should be said that I think Arch has the second highest average depth of target in the FBS this year. And he's got the fewest throws between 0 and 9 yards in the Power 4. So they are pushing the ball downfield, and it's a decidedly different offense than Quinn's offense, because I think Texas is running about 50% less RPOs if you look at the numbers. So it's changed a lot. But Chip, I do agree. It's a really difficult test against Oklahoma in that front. And it's a much different test, right? Florida tries to beat you with its front four they don't send a lot of twists. They don't send a lot of stunts. They don't send a lot of blitzes. They just kind of beat you one-on-one. If you look at Florida, they have one of the lowest blitz rates in the country. Oklahoma sends more exotic looks than almost anyone. They have draft picks on that defensive line. Like, I don't know if they're better than Ohio State's defensive front, but they're pretty dang equal at worst. And like, I think this is the most difficult defensive test Texas has faced all year. And if that offensive line isn't communicating correctly, which seemed to be a bit of an issue on Saturday, if you go back and watch it, like, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah. Yeah, Hummer, just so many things were shocking about that Florida game. First off, Florida came into that game with, according to, Power 4 stats, they had the lowest rates when it came to pressures and sacks. They get 6 sacks against Texas, 35 pressures also. So that was shocking. And then on the other side, just Florida struggles on offense all year long. And then finally, Billy Napier, DJ Lagway, Jaden Ball, they finally got going. Dallas Wilson was a big part of that. And I think they really shocked Texas defense and really gutted them in the way that nobody really expected. What are your thoughts with this Texas defense moving forward, and also playing against perhaps not perhaps, but a wounded John Mateer that seems like he's going to play on Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, I think Texas's defense is fine. Like, right? Like, I don't know if it's like one of the top 5 units in the country like we all expected, but I would be shocked if Texas didn't finish with the top 25 defense. I think you'd like to see a little more pressure from the fronts. I thought Texas had the best defensive end group in the entire country. And like, I mean, in all fairness to Colin Simmons, he did flash. I think he had a couple back-to-back pressures at one point on Saturday, but I wouldn't say he's been a non-factor, but he certainly hasn't been the factor that we anticipated him to be. He hadn't
been like Ruben Bain.
Yeah, it's definitely not a Ruben Bain experience. And like, to that point, like, I know Anthony Hill had a good game on Saturday. Anthony Hill hasn't always looked like Anthony Hill. Like, the players for Texas that you expected to step up, Trey Moore, I feel like sometimes, like, I just don't remember Trey Moore being on the field. And like, I'm not trying to be dismissive. It's just like, these are the like upperclassmen pieces like Texas needs to step up. Like, I think Texas has a very good secondary. I think Texas defensive tackles are okay. Like, the edges need to be elite, and like that edge play, and like, I'm counting Colin Simmons in that. I know he doesn't rush all the time, but he does occasionally like be used as a backfield disruptor. Like, you just need to see more of it. For what it's worth, I think they'll be fine against Oklahoma, John Mateer or not. Like, that's a Oklahoma offense with its own set of concerns. But as the season goes on, like, Texas that defense needs to carry Texas, and we haven't quite seen that level of play.
Yeah. Yeah, I was telling Zay, I'm tired of seeing Anthony Hill drop into coverage. I mean, get him up on the line and let him rush the passer, because we know that dude just finds a way to the football. And, they're trying to help these guys show the NFL what they can do and all this stuff. But, man, you got to win games. Hummer, are you going to the game?
No, Shahan, our coworker over at CBS, lives in Dallas, so I'll be home. Unfortunately, I will miss the corn dogs and stuff that I could possibly get. It's my favorite game of the year, but unfortunately, I got to miss it this year.
Yeah. What's your go-to normally, Hummer, for the state fair? You said corn dogs, but I'm sure you got other things on your menu.
Oh, I'm a simple man. So, well, it would be different this year, right? Like, I don't know how y'all feel about the 2:30 kick. I'm not a huge fan, but usually it's like, you don't really eat before the game, and then you save up for the calories, right? And after the game, I'll get a couple corn dogs, I'll get a beer, I'll get a fried Snickers is usually my go-to, and then something exotic every year too. I don't know what it would be. Like, fried cinnamon roll was the move for me last time I was there. That was elite. What about y'all?
Funnel cake, bacon, queso burger.
That's Chip's favorite, man.
It is
funnel
the best.
cake is the bread.
The bun. Yeah.
Wow.
Funnel cake, bacon, queso burger. You get it in that little it's not out in the fair.
Like
it's in that
pavilion
food
area
court.
with
It's in that food court. And it is money.
That sounds incredible. It sounds messy. It sounds like my arteries are clogging thinking about it, but I'm going to cop that next time I go. There's no question.
Yeah, that's my lunch. That's my pregame meal.
Yeah.
Funnel cake, bacon, queso burger.
I always got to go with the deep fried collard greens and then the Kool-Aid pickle, which
Deep
is
fried collard
incredible.
greens. What is that?
Oh.
What's the texture of that?
I don't know. I can't describe it. Just like it's like the collard greens filling, but it's fried.
Is it
No,
like an
empanada.
empanada of collard greens, like almost, or is it
Yeah, kind of like
is it like
empanada.
fried asparagus or like fried?
Yeah, it's kind of like an
tempura batter
empanada type of thing with like collard greens and like all that flavor in there. It's all point. I give you hot sauce and everything. It's all.
I'd eat the hell out of that. I was just curious. I didn't know like what like it sounded wet is what it sounded like initially. So I'd be curious.
It can be messy. Yeah.
Not as messy as a funnel cake bacon burger, I would imagine, but close to it.
All right, Hummer, what was your prediction for Texas OU?
I had Texas winning by 1. I don't feel good about it. I don't think we have enough information. I'm still very skeptical about the John Mateer stuff, but there's just a lot of unanswered questions for me on both sides. And if John Mateer doesn't play, I don't trust Oklahoma's offense at all. If he does play, I don't really still trust Oklahoma's offense because of how much John Mateer has to do. And I don't know. It sounds silly to say like Texas is due to win one of these. Like I think Texas is due to play better. It's not really a good rationale, but I did pick Texas to win, but I was a coward and picked Oklahoma to cover on the other end of it.
Yeah, OU cover.
What was your thoughts on Arch's play in that Florida game, Hummer?
What was my what? I'm sorry?
Thoughts on Arch's play in that Florida game?
I mean, he missed some throws, but I thought he played pretty well overall, like all things considered, the pressure in his face and everything like that. I thought the 2 interceptions that he threw kind of speaks to the season Arch has had, right? Like those weren't good. Like one ball was just high and a guy didn't picked off. Like it's a dig route that he should have, tough throw, but like it's a throw he should make. And that interception along the right sideline that should have gone to DeAndre Moore should have been a touchdown, but he underthrew it a tad and the defender made a spectacular play. But I thought overall, like he played pretty decently given the pressure in front of him. And like his offensive line was a disaster. And I thought Arch made some high level throws. And I thought in some ways he showed some improvement over what he looked like early in the year. It just wasn't consistent enough.
Yeah, I agree. And I think going through all that, it's going to toughen him up and maybe, help him to lead better. Because I don't know who the hell's leading for Texas right now on either side of the ball, honestly. I mean, Michael Taft, we know is a vocal leader, but if he's the only one, then the rest of the guys are going to be like, okay, we've heard enough. But other people need to join in the chorus. But
yeah, who is the veteran on offense? It's other than DJ Campbell? Like, is it, I guess, DeAndre Moore?
I don't know. Again, Wisner, CJ Baxter. But
yeah, it's a really young unit.
Yeah, and you got to be playing, to lead. So yeah, it's a weird deal.
Yeah, DJ Campbell has 4 penalties out of 5 games, so I don't think it's him.
No, and he's not a talker. Cole Hudson is the vocal guy on the offensive line, and he's playing in a new position, and it's not going great.
In all fairness to DJ Campbell, by the way, I know he struggled this year. I thought like he was the only if I was going to highlight any offensive lineman on Saturday, it would have been DJ Campbell. I thought he held up well, but yeah, it's an interesting thing with that offense because there really aren't any veterans that have played a lot of football on that side of the ball other than DJ Campbell and maybe Cole Hudson. So,
and that matters in this game, Hummer. This game freaks people out in their first time playing it because of the sound. People don't understand because the stadium's divided 50-50, the sound doesn't go down. So you're on the road. You're expecting if you make a good play for the sound to go down, if you're the visiting team. It never goes down because one side of the Cotton Bowl is always happy, screaming, trying to out cheer the other side. And Dan Neal told us yesterday it's one of the most emotionally exhausting games you'll ever play because of that. It plays tricks on your mind. Like if you're doing poorly in that game, that sound can drown you like a tidal wave. And that's why this series goes in streaks. You'll see one team win 5 in a row, and then the next team wins 5 in a row. Because if you get on the wrong side of that sound, it can just beat you down. So it's a fascinating game. I love it, but it helps to have a lot of experience in this game. And Texas had a lot of experience last year, and they don't have a lot of experience in this game this year. But yeah,
And that Oklahoma defense, by the way, like it's not just good; it is old. Like that's a unit. I think they returned 8 starters on that side of the ball, something like that. Like they almost all of them were in that game last year. Like that unit is used to that environment and is used to that pressure.
Yep. Let me ask you about, we got some interesting games, Hummer. Bama at Mizzou. Bama is favored by 2.5. Mizzou's playing good football. Like they're, you mentioned last week, Damon Wilson. I mean, Mizzou's got some dudes, and Bo Prabula was the better quarterback at Penn State, we know now. So
you're probably like the 8th person to mention to me this week, Chip.
I know.
It's very fascinating when you think about that. But yeah,
I've been beating that dead horse for a few weeks now. But what do you think happens in this one?
I picked Alabama. I think Missouri has 2 things going for it that you can really count on. It's their defensive line, which is one of the best in the SEC, and it's that rushing attack. One of the best offensive lines in the SEC, arguably the best running back in the country in Ahmad Hardy. I actually think this is a bit of a prove-it game for Bo Prabula. I think he's excelled against bad competition earlier this year, not to be dismissive to Missouri's competition to this point. But I think this is a very difficult test for him against what is one of the better secondaries in the country in Alabama. And I do wonder, as good as that run game is, as good as that offensive line is, like what that looks like against truly elite defensive talent for Alabama. Alabama was very undisciplined in week 1 against Florida State, but that run defense has been a lot better since, especially since Tim Keenum has come back, their defensive tackle. And I think this is a very difficult test for Missouri in that regard. Ty Simpson quietly is playing like a legitimate Heisman candidate. He's been awesome since a very shaky week 1. And to my eyes, Alabama is the 4th or 5th best team in the country, if you can ignore what happened the first week of the season. And I think this is the type of game that Alabama manages to win. But I'll just say it now, like if Missouri pulls this upset, they're making the playoff and they could be a problem once they get there. I just think this is a much more difficult test than what Missouri's faced earlier this season.
Yeah. Hummer, big time, Big Ten football, Autzen Stadium. Got Fernando Mendoza going against Dante Moore, Indiana versus Oregon. Right now, Oregon -7.5. Who you got in this one?
I got Oregon, but I would pick Indiana to cover. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think Oregon's a little overvalued after the Penn State win, to be honest. I think we've seen a little bit more of who Penn State is in the context of the UCLA game and the early season struggles. I think if you go and look at Indiana's history against truly elite competition, so last year that was games against Notre Dame, it was games against Ohio State, and a game against Michigan. And then this year, probably the most light competition you'll find is Iowa. Like the extreme efficiency comes back down to earth a little bit because I think Indiana is maybe not overwhelmed in the trenches, but like there certainly is skill gap and a size gap and a physicality gap. I don't know if that exists in the same way against Oregon. Oregon's offensive line is really good. Oregon's defensive line is really good. But you do have people, like when you talk to them in college football that have played Oregon this season, that wonder, like, if there is a weakness for them, it's up front, as ridiculous as that sounds. And I don't know if Oregon's going to be able to overwhelm Indiana the way Ohio State was able to overwhelm Indiana last year. And if you even go back to the Ohio State game last year, Indiana wasn't outclassed in the way you probably think they were just looking at the score. So I think Indiana, which is so well coached, which plays so soundly, which just creates offense with Kurt Signetti's like RPO heavy attack. I think they managed to stay in the game long enough to cover. I'll pick Oregon at home. I don't have much doubt about that, but I do think Indiana manages to cover.
Hummer, you got Florida at Texas A&M. Florida played its best game by a mile against Texas. DJ Lagway beat Texas on one leg, which still astounds me that Pete Kwiatkowski didn't bring pressure to try and unsettle that guy. He never got touched after hopping around on the field, starting with a minute left in the first quarter. Florida got anything left? A&M is a I don't know what they are.
7.5 points is
okay.
what it
7.5 point favorite. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. Probably going to be wrong again. I picked Texas to cover last week, and now I'm picking Florida to cover after seeing what happened. So I'll probably get the reverse end of that and be wrong again. I think this is a much more difficult matchup for Florida. Not only because Texas A&M is better on the offensive line, and they have one of the better offensive lines in college football, one of the oldest and one of the better. But they have legitimate difference makers at receiver in Mario Craver and Casey Concepcion. I think they challenge that Florida defense in a way we really haven't seen this season, which sounds ridiculous. But like even Miami, I would argue like A&M has better receivers than Miami, and their quarterback is playing as well as the one in Miami. And then you go to the other side of the ball, and A&M's defense has been good, not great, but I still have to see more of it from DJ Lagway. This is a really interesting game because like I think if DJ Lagway went anywhere else, it would have been A&M. Like this, there's some like personal stuff to this one, but I just think A&M's playing better right now, and I took them to win. But I'll take Florida to cover. I wouldn't listen to me that much on that one though.
Yeah. A game before the season we thought would be a pretty contested one, Hummer, Ohio State versus Illinois. You know, Ohio State looking like the number one team in the nation, just rolling past everyone, minus 14.5 for the Buckeyes. How do you see this game playing out?
I think it could be a really long day for Illinois. I think they're 121st nationally in defensive success rate against the pass. And for those of you that aren't familiar with success rate, I'll just put it this way. It just shows how successful an offense is from down, or a opposing offense is from down and down throwing against your secondary. And Illinois has consistently been among the worst in the country. And that's a problem when you consider that Ohio State has the best group of receivers and a quarterback in Julian Sayin, who has quietly played. So it just, can Illinois keep up for a little bit maybe, but that Ohio State defense is really good. So I took Ohio State to win and cover.
Julian Sayin is completing 80%. 80. Good God. Yeah, 80.2% of his passes. 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Not bad. Hummer, Georgia at Auburn. Georgia struggled in this game in the past. Georgia's a 3.5 point favorite. You see upset alert here, or does Georgia handle business?
I mean, I think Georgia's definitely on upset alert. I think Auburn is, I don't want to say just as talented, but they're in the same conversation. Like the Auburn team does not lack any talent to make up for the physicality gap in this game. Like it's going to be pretty close, but if you're going to ask me which team I trust to execute more and which team I trust to finish, it's Georgia. So maybe had I seen a different result the last couple of weeks for Auburn, I would pick Auburn. But I've seen pretty consistently that Auburn, when it matters, just hasn't figured out a way to get it done. You go back to the Oklahoma game, that was the case. Same thing against A&M. Auburn had chances in both. Didn't execute down the stretch. Can't block. Not as big of an issue against Georgia, which has had a negligible pass rush this year. But Yeah, in a game like this, like sometimes you just got to go with the team you know is going to handle situations better, and that's Georgia to me.
So you think they cover?
Yeah, I picked it's 4.5 right now, right? Like I don't love it, like, but I picked Georgia to cover. Yeah. So
Hummer, South Carolina goes to Death Valley this Saturday, playing against number 11 LSU. South Carolina's next 5 games: LSU, Oklahoma, Alabama, Ole Miss, Texas A&M. What's South Carolina's record after those 5 games, in your opinion?
I think they'd be lucky to finish 1-4.
Oh, man.
South Carolina is a team with a lot of holes. It's just what it comes down to, right? They looked better against Kentucky, but maybe sometimes I'm guilty of leaning too much on stats, but like I think it's the only way you could really illustrate what a team looks like contextually. And I think they're 123rd in success rate and 84th in defensive success rate. So they're not doing anything particularly well. They don't really have receivers that can scare you outside of Nick Harbor, who is very inconsistent. The offensive line is bad. I think the defense is okay, but like it's taken a significant step back from last year. But I just think LSU is a better football team. Like, and I think LSU has the athletes to keep containment on Lenora Sellers. And I guess we'll see a little bit more about LSU's offense. Like, if you're Brian Kelly, like that offense better look a lot better coming out of the bye week. That's your hope. But it's just one of those situations where I think LSU is a much better football team, and I picked them to win and cover.
Hummer, Kansas at Texas Tech. 6:30 on Fox. For those who have not seen the Red Raiders, they're looking pretty darn good at this point. Your thoughts on how that one plays out?
I think Texas Tech's one of the 4 best teams in the country. That's how good they've looked. It'll be interesting though. Kansas. I mean, y'all watched Kansas play a lot of football the last like 5 years under Lance Leipold. And Texas fans are intimately familiar with Kansas too. They really can test the defense with the kind of wide zone looks that they provide, and you have to be gap disciplined to stay in the game. So I think we'll find out a little bit about Texas Tech, and they've really lived with their defensive front this year, and they've dominated teams with the defensive front, but Kansas can kind of mitigate some of that with the way they move the ball and move the pocket. I think Jalen Daniels is as good of a quarterback as there is in the country. They're going to score. I'm still picking Texas Tech. I think they're the better team, but what's the line right now? I think it's
14.5. Texas Tech minus 14.5.
Yeah, I'll happily take Kansas to cover there. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I think Kansas is as well coached and as well schemed as any team in the country, and I think they could present Texas Tech with some issues.
Homer, is Cincinnati a threat in the Big 12? I mean, big time win, beating Iowa State this past weekend. They were in an absolute shootout the weekend before against those same Jayhawks we just talked about. Cincinnati, they're turning some heads right now in that conference.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Cincinnati's a very, very, very good offense. I think they're top 5 nationally in yards per play. Brendan Swearsby is a top 20 quarterback in the country. They have NFL pieces on the offensive line and at receiver. The problem is like the defense has been so bad at times this year, especially against the pass. So I think this is a Cincinnati team that's good enough to win a lot of games, but they're going to have to play much more consistently in the secondary to survive. But I think if you look at the schedule for them, I think they've got UCF and Oklahoma State in back-to-back games. Like Cincinnati should be 6-1 before they host Baylor. And if you get to 7-1 and beat Baylor at home, like you have to consider them a real contender because they're going to be one of the few teams left with a chance to win it.
Hummer, real quick on Texas Tech. That win at Utah was impressive. 34-10, dominating. I mean, it doesn't matter who they have at quarterback, it appears. Somehow they've managed to replace Taj Brooks. what's the better unit for Texas Tech, the offense or the defense?
That's a good
Or
question. I think it's I honestly think it's the defense. I'm not saying the offense isn't really good. It's been awesome, but that defensive line is legitimately there are 3 or 4 draft picks on the defensive line. I think it's legitimately one of the best units in the country without question. And we'll see what they look like against, the thing with Utah is Utah doesn't push the ball vertically down the field or push the ball down the field at all with Devin Dampier. It's just not his strength. We'll see what happens when they face Jalen Daniels in that offense. But based on what I've seen this year, I would go with that defense, which I think just says a lot about the roster they've put together, because that offense is awesome.
Yeah, think about this. Texas Tech right now is number 1 nationally in passing offense, number 2 in scoring offense, number 3 in run defense, and number 4 in scoring defense.
Pretty good.
Now, their game, of note is the win over Utah. Otherwise, it's been Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, Oregon State, and Houston. So, Texas Tech's looking good.
Yeah, they've got Kansas and Arizona State the next 2 weeks, which are probably 2 of the 6 best teams in the Big 12. So you'll know a lot more about them by the end of next weekend.
Zay, you got one more?
No, Hummer. Appreciate you as always, my guy.
Absolutely, y'all. Appreciate it.
What's your favorite game this week?
Oh, it's Texas.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
I will be tuned in at 2:30, as weird as that is to say, but otherwise, I'm pretty locked in on Bama, Missouri. I think that's a really important game.
Yeah. Hummer, great stuff. Everybody go read. I tweeted it out. Hummer's story about Arch Manning and how the Texas decisions around Arch Manning have affected Arch Manning. Good stuff, Hummer. You're the man. We look forward to this conversation every week.
Appreciate it, y'all. Talk soon.
Appreciate you.
All right, there he is. Hole in one Hummer. Bringing it. And he does the college football overtime for CBSSports.com on the weekends. So check that out, because Hummer's as good as there is in terms of doing the deep dive into, what really separates these teams. And let's give him some love by talking about his article. Actually, let's get a couple mentions, and I'll make that the chip shot. Hey guys, if you are snoring and the person sleeping next to you probably is letting you know that you're snoring, it could be more than just annoying to that person. It could be the sign of a serious health issue. It could be sleep apnea. And sleep apnea means you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. You're waking yourself up repeatedly through the night. You're not getting deep sleep. You're waking up tired, cranky. That's no way to go through life. And because of our partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center, you can find out exactly what's going on while you're asleep. Our man, Dr. Chad Denman, is one of the foremost experts in sleep apnea, has dedicated his life to it because it killed his father at the age of 60. And he's right here in Austin. And all you have to do is go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study, practically give it away so that you get all the answers. He's got the best technology to measure your level of sleep apnea and the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen while I'm sleeping, to surgery. But get the answers. Take advantage of this great partnership we have. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, or maybe you're ready for that full-blown media room, man cave, maybe you're like, you know what? I'm ready to turn my garage into the man cave of my dreams. There's only one number to call in Austin, Texas, and that is our man Tom McKay, 255-8678. Of course, area code 512. You're busy. You got things going on. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you, and they've done it for me in 3 different houses in Austin. It's a no-brainer. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to go shopping around, lugging TVs across town in a truck, punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. And cover 3, baby, cover 3. Hey, my Detroit Tigers, it's all on the line tonight. They let one get away the other day with my man Scooble not getting it done, and then their playoff attempted comeback. Man, it's not looking good already. That's what's sad. This was just terrible. But hey, you got baseball, you got everything. You got Thursday night football coming up. You got brunch at Cover 3 on the weekends. So good. The breakfast quesadilla, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. Get to Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. They got happy hour 3:30 to 6:30 every single day. 3:30 to close on Mondays. The $7 social hour menu with the firecracker shrimp and the bacon deviled eggs. Yeah, get in there. You will love it. All right, Zay. So the Arch Manning story that Chris Hummer wrote about does a really good job of talking about some of the like what I wrote about, the 3-point. He averaged 3.49 seconds to throw against Florida on a day where the offensive line was really struggling, and that it wasn't his call to keep, trying to push the ball down the field. That's Steve Sarkisian. He's calling those plays. Arch knows what those plays are about. He's probably locking on to that deep receiver too much, and his depth of target is 12 yards, which is second highest in the Power 4. But the offensive linemen around him, the not going into the portal. Well, they did go into the portal for a receiver, Emmett Mosley, and he's just now healthy. And so now Manning's got to develop timing with Emmett Mosley. And look, Arch is developing. He's not a finished product. It's, this Athletic article talking about how he's a flop, the first flop in college football. It's like, come on, give it a rest. Let the kid breathe for a minute. Let him learn, let him grow. And it's unfortunate for Arch Manning that while he's learning, growing, developing, running an offense, he doesn't have more experience around him and up front. And why didn't Texas go into the portal for offensive line help when, it's clear they could use some offensive line help? And obviously the preseason injury to Andre Kojo doesn't help, but, they recruited Michael Fasusi. Michael Fasusi liked Texas. He apparently felt like he had a better personal recruiting relationship with Bill Biedenbaugh, the offensive line coach at OU, than he did with Kyle Flood, who, may not be the, he may not be the guy that's going to call you and ask you how you're doing, how's your girlfriend, and really develop a personal relationship. So different strokes for different folks, but Michael Fasusi's the real deal. And he's, a starter at OU, and he's part of the solution for them. So, Texas hit big in recruiting on the offensive line with the help of the Pancake Factory back in 2020, December of 2021. And, since then, Trevor Gooseby, that was a great pickup, but no one's looking at this Texas offensive line right now saying they got a bunch of NFL players. They might have one with Trevor Gooseby. So good stuff from Hummer. And look, this week is about your heart and that dog in you, because OU's coming in jacked up 5-0. Might, probably going to have their quarterback out there. So if you don't match that intensity, that physicality, it's not going to be good. The most physical team wins. I'll never forget 2013. Texas and OU came in. Mac had lost. Mac was on the ropes. And Bob Stoops was bringing a top 10 OU team in. And Mac Brown was bringing in, spaghetti-armed Case McCoy. And Texas beat their ass. Ran for 250 yards. Jonathan Gray, Malcolm Brown. They were just pounding the rock, and Case was play action passing deep to Marcus Johnson, and they beat him 36-20. It was never close. And it can happen. You can, I think a little bit of that happened with Texas and Florida last week. You go in expecting to preside over a funeral, and a wedding breaks out. And suddenly, you don't know what's going on. And once you're in it and you're trying to ramp up your intensity, it can be really tough. So this was a fascinating game. It always is. And let's get it on, baby. I'm going to get my bacon, my waffle funnel cake, bacon queso burger.
Is that all you're getting?
Oh, dude, that'll fill you up for 2 days.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem, man. That's the state fair.
What you mean?
It's one of those times where, I'm going to spin the grip, but you try it, you can't finish it. You got to leave some in the tummy, bruh. You know what I'm saying? You got to leave some room. It's too many things to indulge in.
Okay.
But I feel you. You got to know how you feel about the waffle queso burger.
Okay.
So I feel you.
Yeah, sorry. Funnel cake.
Funnel cake, yeah.
Funnel cake, bacon queso burger.
Yeah. No, it's serious, man. It's serious. Yeah, just give me some toughness, Texas.
Yeah.
Just give me some toughness.
Give me some toughness.
Just give me
All
some
right.
toughness.
Let's get to the right call.
Let's go. Before that, though, gotta give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. They're the best, man. Wifey and I will be taking our Covert BK vehicle to Dallas on Friday, getting ready for all the festivities that the fairgrounds hold. Texas OU Red River Shootout. Can't wait for that. And if you don't have a car to get up there, hit up Covert BK. Go get you a car for the trip. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Not now, then when? What are you waiting on? You waiting on that bootleg, beat up Pinto that you got in there that you keep having to fix up that keeps breaking down on you? Please don't do that. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. Covert BK, they got it. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac are 7 brands that they have to offer. Check them all out at covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Shout out to my man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the team at Covert BK. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, but not now or ever. All right, Chip. A lot going on in the world of sports. First off, Victor Wembanyama, the alien, is what they call him. Apparently, the dude has grown 2 inches this summer from last year, where, remember, he didn't finish the season because he was dealing with blood clots in his leg. But apparently, he's gone up from 7'3" to now 7'5". Legit. So, arguably the most scary player in the NBA, the tallest player in the NBA. I don't know if Boban's still in the league, but the tallest player that actually do something has grown. Look out. And I saw him in that black and white game where the Spurs played each other the other night. He looks more physical. He's been working out with Hakeem Olajuwon. He worked out with Kevin Garnett earlier this year. So those are two guys that I would work out with too if the opportunity came and I was a professional athlete or a professional basketball player. Those guys are pretty good. So, yeah, man, Victor Wembanyama, 2 inches taller. Do you think that changes anything about the Spurs season headed into this 2026 year?
I just need my man to stay healthy because I don't like him getting taller.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? It's hard to keep those super tall guys' feet from breaking.
See, yeah, he was also hanging out with monks and stuff this summer. You know what I'm saying? He was doing weird,
Hopefully it was foot strengthening prayers.
Yeah. He was doing a lot of odd, different things this year that not the normal athlete would do. So I'm gonna take that and look at it as it's gonna help the feet. You know what I'm saying? Whatever meditation.
Hey, I'd be talking to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar because that dude was 7'2", and he was the all-time leading scorer. Like his feet held up, whatever he was doing. But like my man, Big Z, Yao Ming, their feet broke down, and I understand it. Big Greg, what's his name?
Greg Oden.
Greg Oden and the 7'4" guy from Utah, big beard.
Mark Eaton.
Although he was pretty thick, so he lasted a long time. It's the gangly, tall guys whose feet break down. And poor Yao Ming, dude, 7'6", and
yeah, he wasn't very gangly though.
No, he was thick.
He was thick body.
But when his feet gave out, it was over.
Yeah, that was sad, man.
That was sad.
Yeah. I hope it lasts. I want to see Victor Wembanyama. I want to see the Spurs in the playoffs, man.
Oh, and he's got charisma. I mean, he's a great face of the league type of guy. Yeah, I'm with you. And Lord knows Spurs fans are hoping he can endure physically.
Yeah. We'll see. In other news, our boy Joe Flacco. They had my man riding coach on the flight from Cleveland to Cincinnati. It couldn't have been more than an hour, but they had him riding coach. Look at him.
He's a backup. He's riding coach.
No, man, the coach already said he's starting. Jake Browning's job is gone. The dude's barely even got his jersey, and coach already said he's starting. Which I'll take. I got T. Higgins. I need T. Higgins to get the ball. I know Flacco's old, but Flacco will give you a couple of games, man. The Browns, they weren't doing them any justice. The Bengals, I don't see them doing them much justice either, but, whoever took this picture, by the way, okay, somebody said it's an old pic when he went to Cleveland, okay, because they got a homegirl with a Reds hat on, so I thought it was recent. But if this is recent, the dude looks zoinked. The dude does not look like he's ready for that. But
how many times
he says it's false? So
how many times I say you should be signing Mac Jones as your backup quarterback? Remember when we had Stretch on?
Yes, I remember.
And I'm like, Lions, Cowboys, everybody needs to be signing Mac Jones as their backup quarterback. And who the hell gets him? The freaking 49ers. Like, he would have been a great pickup for the Cleveland, for anybody.
Yeah.
Instead, the Lions, I mean, hell, Teddy Bridgewater, where's he now? Teddy Bridgewater's like with Tampa?
I don't know what he's doing. He ain't coaching no more because they kicked him out of the league. They kicked him out of high school coaching.
He bought his players some nice jerseys or sweatpants.
You can't do that, Teddy. You can't do that, man.
What are we doing?
Come on. You can't use your NFL money for good. These kids need to struggle like the rest of the kids in that district.
Good God.
That's what they want.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater is with the Buccaneers now. And the Lions, they let go of my man Hendon Hooker. And now their backup quarterback is Kyle Allen. Which I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I'm just saying, Joe Flacco?
Yeah. Mac Jones don't got no Super Bowl ring.
Shador Sanders? What's my man Shador?
Shador Sanders ain't got no Super Bowl ring.
What are we talking about Super Bowl rings for? I'm just talking about why isn't Shador getting to play for the Browns?
But you're saying over Flacco and stuff. I'm just telling you, y'all disrespect.
Flacco is 100 years old.
And still got a little bit.
He ain't got nothing.
He still got a little bit.
Also, crazy.
The great Jerry Jones was fined $250,000 for flicking off a camera. And of course, it wouldn't be Chip and Zay if we didn't play the video, right?
Yeah, play that video.
There's Jerry.
Man, he's acting like Bud Adams.
Jerry, no, man.
Have you seen?
Who you pointing at?
Have you seen Jerry? Have you seen Jerry's Fanville commercial?
I haven't.
We're in Pro Town. We got to get out of here. Jerry's like the welcome to Pro Town. You got to see it. You got to see it. It's pretty good.
Hey, you know, Jerry,
Jerry's not looking so good, but he's still got a sense of humor. Yeah, Jerry.
250,000. That's a little steep, though, right? He's old.
Can he contribute that to my daughter's college fund?
Right? He's old. He doesn't even know what's going on.
By the way, the Detroit Tigers just tied the Mariners. They were down 3-0. So let's go.
Time. Oh, you can't wait for this show to end. Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, we got 8 minutes. You good?
I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, our boy Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, fined $100,000 for hitting Emery DeMarcado, punching a player because he was mad what his player did. Which, if I'm DeMarcado, I'm beating the hell out of Jonathan Gannon. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry.
Then you're done. You're done.
You're not done. You're in the NFL. If a coach, it's self-defense. I don't care if you're my coach. You can't.
He beats the hell out of the coach. No team will ever sign him.
You know somebody's going to hold him back. You at least get 2 shots in him. Hey, bam. 2 pieces in the biscuit. Bam, bam.
No, you need. You throw those 2 beads in a biscuit after he cuts you. You have to wait. You got to wait. It could be a year. It could be 2. Could be 3. Could be 4 years. But when you walk out the door, or he walks out the door, maybe he gets fired before you.
That's right.
Then you throw that uppercut.
I think it's justified because it's self-defense. It's not like Latrell Sprewell just charging Carlissimo. This is not the same thing. Which Carlissimo was saying some wild stuff, by the way. Nobody likes to say that. Everybody just, Latrell Sprewell's a nut job, which he was, but still, y'all acting like PJ Carlissimo just was a mute out there. That wasn't the case. It's not like that, Chip. He hit him. Yeah,
but guess what? The NFL hit the coach for 100 G's.
And it's not even going to DeMarcado. That'd be different. If it was going to DeMarcado, okay, at least 50,000.
I don't know how justified that is, considering the dude fumbled the ball before the goal line and he wasn't even trying to switch hands like AD Mitchell.
Yo, pimps mess up, players make mistakes. Yes, he messed up. He didn't deserve to get hit by the coach, though.
I thought he was trying to pump him up.
Hell no.
Turns out he was trying to punk him up.
Yeah, that was disrespectful.
I mean, he kind of hit him in the shoulder pad. It wasn't like
No. Any type of contact is wrong. Any type of contact is wrong. Yeah, man. Coach Jonathan Gannon, he would have got a little 2-piece. They would have held back DeMarcado, and then they would have gotten over it. But Yeah, you lose to the Titans. It's tough times, man. Real tough times.
Who predicted that?
You did, didn't you? That was a good
I had the
call. I
Titans.
mean,
I had the
they gave
Titans
the
in my
game
pick.
away. They
All
completely
right.
gave the game away.
CB, you know something we don't? Or is this just you speculating?
Oh, man.
Is there we got news on this, or is it just all the other rhetoric that we've been hearing? I want to get my hands on that Hulu footage.
They ain't dropping that.
TMZ will get it, I guarantee, because they will pay big money.
TMZ's not going to put out a streaming service like show.
No, but haven't they already filmed a bunch of it?
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
Okay,
But I'm
so
sure like Disney was a part of the production team. Like, you're going to steal it from Disney? Come on now. Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse runs a lot now. I'd be careful with that.
There are reports that there's already an exit strategy for North Carolina and Bill Belichick. Wow. There's rumblings about recruiting violations. Oh, geez. I guess there have already been reports that Belichick's been fired. Those are not true. So a source with significant knowledge, I'm quoting Tar Heel 24/7. Source with significant knowledge of what is going on chuckled and said the reports are not true. But potential exit strategy discussions took place this morning.
Basketball season's about to start. Those fans aren't going to care in a couple of weeks. They're
What
not
a
going to
disaster.
care. Yeah, like Bill just needs to take his
We
buyout.
knew this was going to be a disaster. Oh, no, you thought it was going to be good.
I thought it was going to be good.
I got
Yeah.
a Post-it note with you saying 9 wins.
Hold on. We took that down after Jordan Hudson said we ain't going to talk about that. It turned into 7-5. Either way, I'm wrong. I will admit that. I'm not too proud.
April 22nd, my man Zay was like 9-3, and then he did backtrack.
I had to backtrack. But man, I'm sorry. I like to see the best in people. I didn't know that it was going to be a roster divided. I didn't know he was going to give special treatment to his transfer guys and then just give scraps to the rest of the crew, Mac's crew.
Watch this exit strategy happen, and then Jordan breaks up with him.
Jordan who?
Hudson.
Oh, okay. No, okay.
Yoko Ono of North Carolina football.
Oh, she ain't leaving him. Bill's still putting her through the mattress. Through all this stuff, my dude Bill, my man Bill is still laying it down. Football might be going wrong right now. Bill's bedroom game is still top tier. You know what I'm saying? He's not only a 6-time Super Bowl champion, but he's also a champion in that bedroom.
You are a hot mess.
No, man. Don't put that on my man Bill Belichick. He's still doing his thing. She ain't going to leave him.
That is so gross.
And that buyout paper, she ain't leaving that. They about to go to France with that buyout money and just chill on the water. You know what I'm saying? Which that's what he should have done from jump, but the love of the game. The love of the game. It gets the best of us sometimes. Sometimes it's hard to let go. You were just questioning Joe Flacco. Love of the game. Joe can't quit. Then he has to go to real life. That's hard for some guys, man. Real life without what you love, what's been a part of you for years, decades. That's hard to let go. So I get it, Bill. It didn't work out. It's hard. But no, man, that's just life, hair of the dog. It ain't disgusting. It's a beautiful thing. Y'all hate love, man. I still love love. Chip's talking about her breaking up with him. He don't need that.
I ain't saying she's no gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke.
Yeah, he's not broke either. She
We
might
got
be
all
that.
kinds of conflicting information about what his buyout actually is at North Carolina. I've seen everywhere from 20 million to 1 million. And if it's 1 million, North Carolina be like, hey, here you go.
Yeah.
We got things to do.
Yeah, Michael Jordan will just drop another shoe and they'll get him. They'll get rid of him.
All right, let's bring in the fellas. Patrick and Matt, what's going on?
Going on,
What's
man?
up, guys?
So Chip, the $1 million is if Bill Belichick bails.
Oh,
The $1 million
Yeah,
is he has a buyout on his side that basically CBS Sports or Fox Sports would buy him out to come be an analyst, or ESPN, and they'd pay the $1 million to buy him out of his contract to go land there or another team. But I don't know what team's going to touch him with a 50-foot pole right now. But yeah, that the buyout, $1 million buyout is apparently he has reached out to North Carolina and be like, hey, so if I get like a media job, can I get bought out of this? If I get, apparently all of his coaches are looking for other jobs already. Like it's bad there. And by the way, Zay, they for 100% have different bedrooms. 100%.
Nah, man. Maybe to sleep. Maybe to
Hey.
sleep. But when it's time to,
That
Bill's
door's
there.
locked, Zay. Door's locked.
on that note,
Bill's locked in.
see you tomorrow.
Welcome in here to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328 or over on the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you guys joining us. CB, what's up? Yeah, the $1 million buyout, all that stuff, CB. Lucky enough to have a honorary producer of Austin Sports Radio like CB to post this stuff on X so I can see it right before I come on the show. Yeah, that's very cool. So, yeah, but the North Carolina stuff apparently breaking now is that we were saying earlier, like, I was like, oh, it'll probably be at the end of the season because they're worried about stuff. And now it may be soon. They are not, no one is happy about what's going on there. And they're like, let's just get out of it before we get to basketball season.
Yeah, I can't imagine he is there much longer, man. I don't care what the situation is. Hopefully, see, that's the thing that I think could get him out of this quickly is an analyst gig. They're like, hey, this isn't working out. Let's go over to like CBS, talk about the Patriots every weekend. You get to trash the Patriots every weekend. It doesn't look like you quit. It looks like this is just a better gig for you.
Yeah, you go. I mean, now, granted, I think Fox is not going to hire him because Tom Brady would be like, don't bring that dude here. I don't want nothing to do with that dude. You're already paying me. You've got the Patriots dynasty here. You don't need to bring him in. So
maybe NFL Network.
ESPN had him. Well, NFL Network is ESPN now, right?
Yeah.
Which I flipped onto something on NFL Network the other, or NBA. No, sorry, NBA Network. Are they both? I don't know. I think they're all ESPN. I think ESPN owns everything now. It's a sad world. I wanted to ask everybody this because I was having this thought today. And this is a little off topic, but it's a Wednesday, so we'll get into it. Big show today, by the way. Casey Studdard's coming on the show in about 30 minutes to discuss offensive line and Texas football as a whole. But I reached out to him to say, this is bad. You want to talk about this? And he said, you guys might not be ready for it. So we'll see what he has to say.
Oh, boy.
That was on Monday when he said you might not be ready. So he may have calmed down. So we don't know. It's Casey. He's a great dude. So we will see. But he'll be on the show at 4:30 to discuss some Texas stuff. But yeah, but I was wondering this. I was walking my dog around the neighborhood as I do. And I'm somebody who waves at every, with genial, just, hey, wave at everybody when you walk past. Cars are an interesting one because there's a really weird point of eye contact at cars. And is it weird to wave at cars as they drive by when you are walking your dog?
I mean, I never do it unless
Like
they do it first.
And I live in a neighborhood, so it's not like it's a major street or anything. These are smaller, streets inside. And so there are somewhere, and I'll get a wave from half of car, maybe a third of cars. You may get a wave. It's not a ton going by. So but I'm curious if anybody else, if you're supposed to wave at the cars do too, or if you only just wave at the people who are outside with you with no barriers around you.
Well, my general rule of thumb is let the other person wave first.
See, but I don't want to be. I don't want to be the genial guy. I am the wave first guy. I'm also. I know this, especially for women, and this is weird. But I'm a big dude. I'm a big dude, so I try and be like, it's at night, and I'm walking my dog. If I'm walking him at night, and I see a female head, I'm like, hey, don't worry, we're good. I'm not trying to creep up on you. I try and do the wave like, hey, we're all friendly here. Everybody's friends, right? I feel like this is a world now where you just have to kind of always be like, we're all friends, right? We're all good. I don't want to have feel like who's that mean guy walking past our eyes, because I kind of scowl enough anyway. You're walking, the sun's in your eyes. You don't want to do that in the day, and then at night it's night, so it's already weird enough. I don't know. Yeah. I tell you that it's I think the wave first. You gotta wave it first. And that's what I say. Rodney, I'm asking if anybody knows what the rule of thumb is for waving while you're walking your dog or while you're doing it. There's some people every day, they'll see them and either walking or in their house, their yard or whatever else, and you give them the wave and you wave back and everybody's all happy about it. But cars are interesting. And it usually is the speed of the car. Really is the key factor. So if a car going like the speed limit or below, they normally wave. If someone's going faster, there's just no chance you're getting a wave. Person's too busy. Things to do.
I'm an overly cautious guy. I'm big on security. I'm a firearm owner. I have cameras in my house. I tend not to even acknowledge other people just because I don't want to send the wrong signal just in general.
I think that's great. The wrong signal is, hey neighbor. That's the signal I'm sending.
So
hey,
like
neighbor.
So like the other day I was walking my dog outside at like 7:00 in the morning to go because I live in an apartment, so I was taking him out to go to the bathroom, and this guy walked by and I just did this like head nod.
Yeah.
And then he stopped, like as I turned around, he stopped walking and then like watched me walk into my apartment.
Well, that's the guy's weird. I mean, you're also in an apartment.
Yeah.
And not in a neighborhood.
Kinda. Yeah.
Like, I feel like there's got to be, like, where's the closest gas station or, like, where's the closest store? And, I mean, there's one not far from where I walk, but it's, like, well, I'm inside of the main road.
The way that, where my apartment is, it's like, you can walk out of my apartment and then walk down the street, and there's, like, 10 bars.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's like 7:00 in the morning.
That guy, you know what it was? That guy was a fan of the show, Matt. That was all it was. He's a fan of the show. He's like, is that the famous Matt Galatzan? Yeah.
He was probably pissed because I said he didn't know ball because Arch doesn't suck.
He wanted to come back around and be like, guys, we got to discuss this a little bit further. By the way, I work at the Athletic, so.
Dude, that guy's getting torched.
He is, and I love it. I do love that everyone's like, come on, tone it down. This is where we really need Mike Gundy to be an analyst right now, because analyst Gundy would come at you with the I'm a man, I'm 50 now. Come after me.
Is it like a man, I'm 60? Wasn't that like 20 years ago?
Is it 20?
That was a long
how old
time
is
ago.
Mike Gundy now?
Gosh.
I mean,
CB, this is where we need you.
58. You're right. He's getting close to 60. He's 58 years old. So yeah, it's a man, I'm 60. He's closer to the rant now. But yeah, that's the kind of rant you need to have at this one. See, CB knows. He's
CB
perfect.
knows everything.
But yeah, that's the interesting. I was just curious. I was curious if there was any guideline or if I am the lunatic walking down just waving at everybody, trying to be cordial in a chaotic time and trying to be nice to everybody, and everyone else is like, they just bat down like, what does he want from us? I don't want anything. I'm gonna walk my dog in peace and say hi. And I don't say anything either. By the way, I have headphones in. I'm listening to something else. So there are times where I'm the lunatic who waves. They say good morning, and I just keep walking. So I do that as well because I can kind of hear what they're, but I can't hear what they're saying because I'm listening to something. So I can't. Gonna get fired one day after the 18th anniversary of that rant. That is crazy. And Double D, yeah, it gets way worse. Double D, just to let you know, you got two weeks and 2 days to enjoy everything else in life. Once you hit 40, it's over, man. Just.
I'm still a couple years away from that, but not many.
No, I'm past it, man. I'm past it, and it's not. It's like turning 40 is not really. It's just kind of the same. It's just everything hurts, but everything hurt at 35 for me, so that's not really the biggest difference. The bigger difference is now everyone you know doesn't want to do anything. So unless you hang out with someone younger, everyone in their 40s is just like, dude, we're done. We're not going out. We're not doing anything. I'm going to go out once a week with my wife, and that is it. So the parties died down a little bit more at 40. But I think a lot of people died down before it did for me. I just at 40 was kind of where I noticed it started to go all the time. CB going to be 40. Oh, almost a birthday there for CB. You always around the Red River rivalry as well. I have a good friend of mine who is always around the Red River rivalry. So happy early birthday to you, CB. I'll try and remember. There's very, very little chance I will, but happy early birthday.
Next Thursday is CB Appreciation Show because it's his birthday.
You mean next Tuesday?
Yes. See, okay. Math live on air. There you go.
Yeah, Math live on air. I tell you, Matt. Did you see the bill today? Or the NCAA is firing their what I can only assume is their last chance effort to destroy college sports in its entirety.
I did not see.
The NCAA has said staffs and players can now bet on professional sports. No rules against gambling. And I'm like, look, there should be looser and more relaxed rules about gambling now because gambling's everywhere and everyone's making so much money on it right now, right? So there should be some, and maybe this opens up doors for NIL that we didn't know before because maybe now, you could have a college player saying, go use BetMGM and I'll bet on the pro games until I get to the pros and can no longer bet on the pro games.
I can already see the Arch Manning, Prize Picks.
Well,
NIL commercial.
I thought they were BetMGM. I thought the Mannings were a BetMGM family or somebody. Or there is something family. Or no, they're a Caesars family. Caesar Sportbooks.
There you go.
I think is the one that they had with JB Smoove. And I think was that. But they passed this, and it just seems like them desperately being like or NIL didn't kill college football, and like they didn't come crying back to us to rule it again. So now we release gambling. There's almost no way a complete and total unrestriction of gambling on pro sports ends up well, Matt. There's almost no way. Like, it's already a problem, and but now you're just like, okay, so you can gamble, but if you place one bet on a college game, you are now ineligible. So if you make a parlay.
Well, then why is John Mateer still playing football? Obviously, he bet on a million games. Launch an investigation this week.
Launch an investigation. But like, if you say I bet on 5 NFL games and I'm going to throw $20 on this game, you're technically ineligible to play now. Like that seems crazy to try and monitor and to try and keep track of, as opposed to just going, hey, if we find out you're gambling, we're going to give you a 1-game suspension or a half. Like, not major, but something major enough that it would be a problem. You want to give them an incentive to not gamble, but also not make it terrible. You also, I get the fantasy football technically falls into gambling, and that is a weird thing in it, that if you play fantasy football for $20, technically you are gambling. That's one of the things that, I know that officials have gotten in trouble for before, is they're like, hey, we found out you're in a fantasy basketball league. You can't be in a fantasy or you're in a fantasy football league as an NBA official. And they're like, you can't be in a fantasy. It's betting. And you're an official, you can't bet. They're like, well, it's a different sport, and it's fantasy football. I have no control. Doesn't matter. You can't gamble. That's gambling. You play poker, you get in trouble as an NBA official. So it seems like it's it seems like it's in a wrong area where it's like you should definitely loosen all of the rules on gambling so they're not so stringent. But I don't. It just feels like that one's going to come back to haunt college football because a lot of kids are going to gamble and then start gambling and then be like, oh, well, you know what I know really well? College football. So now that I'm down $2,000, why don't I bet on the thing I know? And then, lose a lot of opportunities. It just feels like that's going to happen. And look, it all really falls back on the universities. They have to figure out how to stop it, to educate. You talk to NFL players and there's apparently mass amounts of them trying to tell people not to bet on games and not to do anything. And it's like, even if you're not playing, even if this is over there and you have no outcome, you cannot bet on the NFL. You cannot bet on the NFL. And then every year someone gets caught betting on the NFL. So it's going to happen, but
Yeah,
this feels coming from the NCAA. It doesn't feel like I just do not trust that organization.
Oh, I don't either. It's at some point it's going to unravel and be a bad thing, but we'll see. Hopefully the universities will educate the players on, don't do this or we won't have you next week. So I'm sure it'll be fine until it's not, and then we'll go from there. By the way, shout out to Hair of the Dog's son. It's his eighth birthday today. Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday to the kid of Hair of the Dog. The kid's going to come out messed up, almost guaranteed. If we know anything about Hair of the Dog, the kid's coming out messed up. And Bob, I know I'm not a boomer, but I am getting older. I just said I turned my 40s, so we're getting closer to the area where I am going to yell at people to get off my grass. get off my yard, get off my lawn. I don't want it. Matt, let's get into some Texas OU talk. Before we got about 15 minutes till we get Casey Studdard to join the show and talk some Texas, Florida, and then Texas OU, and talk about the offensive line and those kind of things. But I wanted to get in a little bit. We did see the reports today that now John Mateer says he's expecting, or people say that John Mateer is expecting to play, that we will not get our first injury report till tonight. But all of the pieces that are coming together for John Mateer to possibly be part of this game, even though Brent Venables says it's unlikely, even though everything we've seen from the team itself says it's unlikely, there is at least fervor now that John Mateer will be back. Are you still on what I'm on, which is this is all just gamesmanship? Kind of leak some stuff out that he's going to play, have John Mateer maybe out there in warmups, and then just be like, oh, of course he was never going to play. But we're just trying to freak you out a little bit and trying to throw you off of what your game plan is, because they are two wildly different game plans if you have John Mateer, if you don't, for Texas. But where are you at on this? Do you believe that John Mateer could be back for this game?
I think it's gamesmanship. I just put in a text to my Oklahoma guy to see what he thinks. So I'll hit you back when he gets back to me on that. But I think it's gamesmanship. I think that's exactly what you said. He's probably going to come out in warm-ups, throw a couple passes. He'll have a big, brace or whatever on his thumb. Maybe he won't even throw passes. Maybe he'll just take snaps and hand it off just to see that he's out there,
Yeah.
And then for maybe even the first snap of the game, he comes out there. You're like, oh my God. He's going to play. Then they pull him out. My Oklahoma guy just got back to me. He said 70-30 yes. They're deciding tomorrow.
All right. We'll see. I mean, I don't believe that he'll play still. I think this is somewhat of, we did it with Quinn Ewers, I believe, a year ago or 2 years ago, where Quinn came out and did the entire warm-up, and then they come out in uniforms and he's not in uniform. And we've seen that. It happens all the time now. And I, that's to get to the bigger point here, Matt, is that Oklahoma offense and looking at it with Mateer and without. And we only really have a very small sample size with Ben Arbuckle, those two things together. But what we can say is with or without him, there hasn't really been a great running game against a good team. They ran the ball okay against a couple of teams that, don't play defense very well and are not as talented teams, not as big teams. They've been able to run, but Michael Hawkins does not add the run threat. Even in that game, he didn't really add the run threat against Kent State. So you had some other guys run the football, but it still feels like this is a team that doesn't necessarily, similarly to Texas, doesn't necessarily have that O-line still in place. So Torrey Blaylock had 15 carries for 78 yards. That was kind of your big piece. Jay Knott was okay, but he's been awful against everybody else. And he wasn't even really great against a team that, should have been able to dominate if he was a top-tier running back. Because, and again, I don't blame it completely on the running backs. I think this is a bit more about the offensive line, that they're trying to rebuild what they have at the offensive line. And it is tough to see if they're going to be able to put this together. And if Michael Hawkins isn't there, or if John Mateer is not playing, now you have to step into the world of, I get Ben Arbuckle's whole offense is based about quick passes, get the ball out. It makes your O-line look better. But John Mateer is 2 years in the system. Michael Hawkins is a game into the system.
Yeah. So my dad is a doctor.
Yes.
And he just said he can't imagine Mateer will play 2 weeks post-op with hardware in his thumb. If my dad is rarely wrong about things like this.
Yeah.
He's rarely wrong about anything medical. So I'm going to lean his way. But regardless, if you're Oklahoma, here's my thing. If your season is on the line, your season's not on the line this weekend, right?
No.
So do you really need Mateer to play to beat a team that, based off last week, doesn't look like they can score on you? And do you risk him getting a hit weirdly on that thumb that re-aggravates or re-injures or whatever you want to call it, and then he's out for 4 more weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a deal. Do you risk him falling backwards, bracing himself with that hand, and something really catastrophically going wrong because it's not ready to be done like that? And so how well can you protect that hand from taking a couple hits? And because he can't now, if he's come back, is he not going to run the football? Because I'll tell you what, as soon as he becomes a runner, they start punching at the ball.
Mm-hmm.
What if someone punches your hand?
Yeah. Your dominant hand, too. That's the one that's going to be holding the ball.
I mean, you're carrying it to the outside. So do you not run right? You only run left? Like, I don't know the way to make that work in a scenario where it's worth risking your entire season, because we know Michael Hawkins is probably not going to be able to get it done for your entire season because you don't have a run game, which we know, and they know they don't have the run game. The same as Texas knows that we don't have a run game. It's not a one-up on either side here, but down the line, it's going to matter a lot more. And Michael Hawkins, he put up touchdowns. He had 4 touchdowns in the game against Kent State, but he had 162 yards and he missed 10 passes. He was 14-24 against Kent State. So that's not what you want to see. Now, that is, again, his first game in a new system and him trying to, get the ball out really quick because you get those pressures. Kent State also had 3 sacks in that game.
Yeah, Oklahoma's offensive line isn't great either.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The Ben Arbuckle system helps John Mateer. Like, it's perfectly suited for him, and you can play with not a great offensive line and make it work. And so that's kind of what we're talking to Sark and being like, can you look at some of these teams that are making it work with subpar offensive lines and what they're doing to get a mobile quarterback in space and not have to be – I think Sark's been working on that. I believe in Sark to evolve. We'll believe it until we don't. But I think that the world of the Sooners right now with Michael Hawkins, he is mobile, but he can't make the decisions in this offense as quickly as Mateer can, because that just comes with time, as we've said a million times on this show now the last couple of weeks. That comes with time. And so in an offense where you're supposed to be getting the ball out in 2 seconds and he's getting it out, and again, in 3.5, 4 seconds, you're able to get some of that pressure onto a quarterback. And if, all you got to do is one guy to push a lineman kind of in his space and make him move and take him off of his regular rhythm, and you're able to make a difference. That's what they do to Texas with Arch Manning. So you're kind of in a similar boat, except you have a better quarterback, and I know no one wants to believe that now, and Arch Manning than Michael Hawkins. if Texas plays them right now. But you're pretty much like, we both have good defenses. Both their offensive lines need work. We can't run the football. But, at least Arch had 5 games now to feel the pressure and knows it a little bit better.
Yeah, the more and more I think about this game, the more and more I think this is going to, you remember those games back in the day, like the early 2000s, or like that one, I really specifically that one game back in the early 2000s. I think it was like 2000, maybe it was 2000. I have to go back and look. CB probably knows the one where Roy Williams jumps over Chris Sims and causes the fumble in the end zone, scores like 14-3. This feels like it's going to be that kind of game this year, where it's just like defense, because both of these offensive lines are not very good. It's both one good defense, one really good defense in Oklahoma. 2 quarterbacks who are kind of struggling right now. I mean, Arch is not the problem, but he does need to get better. I can't imagine a scenario where this is a high scoring game. Then again, I say that now, and it's probably going to be like 59-56.
No, I'm with you. Now, the only reason it could be high scoring is because this game could take 4 hours. Like, they're not going to run the football. So if we go, there could be under 10 designed runs from each team in this game. If it's like Hawkins, I mean, just in reality, if neither defense or offense is able to run the football, they're just not going to keep running. Especially, we don't know the injuries, their health right now. We'll know more coming up on the injury report of where CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner are. But there's rumors that neither one could play in this game because Trey Wisner may have re-aggravated his hamstring in the Florida game, which we don't want to see, but we'll know more tomorrow. But if you go that way, and Jay Knott hasn't really been there for them, they haven't been able to get going. Torrey Blaylock is the freshman who has been decent in their games against non-conference. Like, they're not good games. He wasn't anything against Michigan either, so I can't say all non-conference. But they're 2 kind of give me games. He has been good. So that's your one option. Jay Knott has not figured it out yet either. But it feels like this is the ball out quick game, and if it's not John Mateer, I mean, if you're Texas, it feels like you really have to start going after Michael Hawkins and be very aggressive in this game. Because last week, if you would have been more aggressive against DJ Lagway, he may not have gotten to the rhythm he got into, but you played it safe to start to make sure to think that they weren't just going to get some passes over the middle. They just played quick football, and it came back to bite you when he all of a sudden was in rhythm and hitting his guys. You got to go try and not let Michael Hawkins get into a rhythm by being too confident that your offense will be able to, we'll hold him to 10, and then that we score 14, we win. I don't think you can keep playing that way. And that's kind of what Sark likes to do, the complementary football. Stand back, try and get, punch outs, try and get interceptions, but don't really go full board trying to get the sacks necessarily. I think I try and put a little bit more pressure on this Oklahoma team and trying to get Michael Hawkins off rhythm, if it's Michael Hawkins. But
yeah, I mean, considering the fact that they can't really run the football either, I think that this offensive line matchup with the defensive line for Texas is a lot more forgiving than the one against Florida. They just haven't out-physicaled anybody this year, including Michigan. It has really come down to John Mateer having to do everything. So I think that your defense is going to have a more of a normal showing that like they have throughout this entire season. I don't think they're going to get out physical up front. I think the linebackers are going to be able to kind of run free. And I think you'll be able to bring pressure because, I mean, that's what they did last year. They just out physical Oklahoma up front. They brought pressure on Michael Hawkins, and they held him to 3 points. So I think that could be a similar situation. Now, if John Mateer plays, then you probably have to adjust your game plan, because if you bring pressure and he's able to get outside of it, then he's going to go for 20, 25 yards. Michael Hawkins can do that too, but like you said, I don't think he has the same decision-making capabilities within this offense that John Mateer does. And that's why I kind of think this is going to be a very low-scoring game. It's just you have to figure out ways to minimize. If you're Texas, you have to figure out ways to minimize your leaky front. And that's getting Arch on the move a lot like they do with Mateer. And if they can do that, then I think that they could have success against that secondary to a degree. And Naman, I don't think that they're scared to blitz. I just think that they had the wrong game plan against DJ Lagway last week, because when people had been dropping back in coverage and not coming after him, he had been making tons of mistakes. Yeah. So I don't think they're going to make, if it's Hawkins, I don't think they're going to make that same mistake. If it's John Mateer, then maybe you have a little bit of a dilemma, because he's just one of those guys that can beat you both ways. And you have to pick and choose. You have to spy him, those kinds of things.
Yeah. And Naman, I think it's more along the lines of, again, the game plan being, if everything was what we wanted to be, what we thought the Texas defense could do is, I would rather rush 4. And if I can stop the run and be able to play the quarterback with a rush of 4, that gives me so much more options to shut down everything else on the field. So if I can do that instead of loading up a bunch of blitzes where there's really easy ways to beat us, because we're putting out, and with, Manny Muhammad out too last week, not blitzing to not allow more guys to sit on islands, I think is kind of an issue. You don't want to necessarily be in the world where, you're putting out Kobe Black and everybody on islands time after time after time. But I do think this week you're going to have to do that a little bit more. You're going to have to go after some people. All right. We told you we bring him on. Welcoming back to the show, our man Casey Studdard. We appreciate you joining us, Casey, one of the best offensive linemen in the history of Texas football, coming back on the show with us to discuss what the problems may be. I know we talked preseason, Casey, and one of your big remarks was, I don't like that they don't have dogs. Doesn't feel like they recruit dogs. Doesn't feel like they got those dogs on the offensive line.
Yeah.
And last week, that felt really, really prescient.
Yeah. Mo, how y'all doing? Everything going all right this year?
I mean, we're surviving. We're surviving. It's been a weird week.
I know it. And it's, I don't think we pressed the panic button. I don't really understand what's going on. It's just one of those things where is our new offensive lineman. I know we lost 1 or 2 to injury, right?
Yeah, we lost. Joe was lost to injury, and I want to say that's it. I don't know why Ime Zulu didn't play last week. There's different rumors floating around, but I couldn't tell you what the actual truth is there.
Yeah. Did they pulled the left guard, didn't they? Or did he get hurt?
They've been rotating the left guard, yeah. And NATO hasn't played. Yeah, been rotating.
But he didn't play the whole second half, the starter.
I think it was Brooks most of the second half, yeah.
Yeah, it was Brooks most second half. I mean, for me, it's just, I don't want to bash on kids or anything, but it's like the Tin Man with no oil, you know what I mean, out there. It's just, there's no aggression coming off the ball. It's and there's a lot of MAs. You see guys running into each other, and it's like, I understand you get better the more you play and all that kind of stuff, but some of these guys have been in the system 3 years. Like, you got to know your plays, you got to know the calls, and that's the one thing that really concerns me is, like, guards and tackles running into each other and stuff like that. It's like, well, you got to know what the call is. You got to know if you're sliding left, sliding right, and so it's really sloppy. Besides being no aggression, but it's like I always faltered on, if I'm gonna mess up, I'm gonna mess up aggressively. You know what I mean? And at least you're getting some push off the ball, or you're hitting a guy. You may be, the wrong angle, but he ain't in the backfield. Stuff like that. So that's the kind of stuff with the offensive line that really kills me, because I don't know what the play calls are, but when you see a tackle and a guard run into each other, you kind of know that someone's messing up there. You know what I mean? And it's just, they're leaning over their toes. And I know Coach Flood doesn't teach any of that. You know what I mean? So that's the other thing too, is like, do they just get out there and I mean, what did you expect? You came to Texas. You know what I mean? This is why you came here, to play big boy football. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me as an offensive lineman not to really, I I don't know. I just aggression was my game, so it's hard. It's just there's a twist coming. You got a guy inside. You got you got your center help. So like, why are you looking left when you're coming inside if your center's helping there? It's like you got to know where you. It just seems like sloppy. They don't know their assignments, and that's what kills me worse. Is like I don't know if just because their assignments are they don't know the playbook that well, that's why they're playing slow. You know what I mean? Because they're not playing fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's athleticism on this offensive line that should account for a lot of these types of protection schemes that they're trying to run. But it seems like it hasn't been there. Maybe it is because of the missed assignments that you're talking about. But the lack of aggression has been a thing all season long, and we've noticed that throughout the year. If your offensive line, like at a certain point, it kind of feels like, I mean, you're 6 games into your season. At a certain, or 5 games, I should say, you're going into your 6th game. At a certain point, you kind of are what you are. You're not the aggressive offensive line that can get the push and out muscle guys. Is there a way to scheme around that and kind of cover up those mistakes?
I think the best drive we had all year was the first drive in the second half against Ohio State when we're running outside. If the guys can't get pushed, then stop trying to run inside and all this counter stuff. Start going more zone read with it. You know what I mean? Like Arch, go zone read with it where Arch can pull it, get outside and get him 8, or keep it front side where Wisner and Brooks can like keep it wide and cut off blocks. That's what I would start doing. If they're athletic enough to start running and getting in front of guys and backside cutting and getting up to the second level, you got to start going zone read. I mean, Arch can run the ball. If he's your leading rusher, he's not going to. We have every team is going to come after us until we can run the ball.
Yeah,
but they're getting home with three rushers too. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. It's like I would start, instead of power football, because these guys aren't getting pushed, they're not playing aggressive. I would start going zone read where that running back can be patient and get those running backs outside in space. And stop getting bottlenecked inside between the tackles.
All right. So how do you look at it, an offensive line, and say, you guys aren't getting it done? What we're coaching is not working right now. Like, you guys are just missing assignments. You're running into each other too many times. There's 4 guys chasing Arch Manning, and there's a guy with his hands up at the line in stance. And you're like, what are you doing?
And he's not even turning around to go help, or he doesn't have. No. It's like, that's the aggression part. That's that mental side of the game where you're like, oh crap, I just got beat. I got to go peel him off of Arch at least try to do something. But no, they just sit there, and that's what's crushing me.
Is there a way you can coach this team to tell them that clearly there's no one else behind you? I don't know why you're worried about losing your job for being aggressive at this point, or not, or maybe messing up something technically, because clearly you would have been benched 2 games ago if that was the case. So why don't you go out there and try and hurt somebody?
I agree. I agree. If you're going to mess up aggressively. At least try to go off and move, like just try to thump people every play. And if your technique's a little off, at least your guy's not in the backfield. You know what I mean? And you'll start making that fit. You'll start feeling what works and what doesn't work, and you'll start, your mind will start, adjusting to your body, and you'll be able to start moving people because you're like, oh, that worked. Okay, you know what I mean? But I don't know. It's like you don't want to, you don't want to crack heads, but that's football.
So one of the things that I think has been an issue has been the center position. Cole Hudson has really struggled this year at a lot of points, and he had spent his entire career at guard until moving to center this year. And you were a guard your entire career, if I'm not mistaken. Was that too much to ask of him? Was that too much of a change to go from guard to center in one offseason after playing, ostensibly 4 years at the same position and then having to move and make all the calls at the line and those kinds of things?
Well, no, because you still kind of know it as a guard. You know what I mean? Hayden Connor did it last year. Played guard his whole life, but he had to come in and play center, right? Mm-hmm. I think they need to put Robinson at center and move Hudson to a guard and let them both kind of help each other out on calls that way if that's the problem. And maybe I don't know. I want to see that combo out there. You know what I mean? Move Hudson over to a guard where he's a little more comfortable. Put Connor in there. That is Connor Robertson, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know if he's. I felt like he did okay against Sam Houston, but I mean, we all could have done good against Sam Houston. So I don't know. I would try. That's what I would try. I'll try that combo, but I'm sure they have, and I don't know what pieces. I haven't been to practice. I've been so busy. But I would try that combo. Move him over to left guard because we're definitely struggling at left guard. Hudson over there. Put Connor at center. Start running some zone read. Get in front of guys. Hudson and Connor can help each other out on calls and identifying the defense and going that route. That's something that I would try. I mean, you've tried everything else. It doesn't hurt, trying.
No, I'm with you. I think that's a great idea. And what you said too of having two guys out there with the knowledge of, reading, like how can that hurt you at this point to have two guys trying to make the reads? Because clearly no one's picking up on anything. And Arch is dealing with all his own issues, trying to make sure he's in the right place at the right time. So we're seeing everybody try and do it, but it's not being done enough. I mean, it feels like this week is the one where you're really hoping to at least figure out half of the deal, like run for 65 yards in this game or, be able to get Arch to get, only 2 sacks in the game and maybe get a little bit better. You're not trying to make, you're not trying to be a world beater all of a sudden, but it's a rivalry game too. It felt like last week, this was very much of a team thinking, oh, we'll just walk down to the swamp and play. Like in your mind, if you're on that line, how mad are you at your teammates for not being up for the game like that? If you're just, how do you, as a leader on this team, because I think their leaders are real young too, and how do you try and
I've never had a problem not being up for a game, so it's hard for me to put my, that's hard for me because you can only get a certain amount a year, and you work your ass off for so long. So much work in the spring and in the summer, and you do all this work, and then you only get what 15, 12, 13 games.
Yeah,
is that what it is now? I forget.
Well, I mean, if you go all the way, it's 16, but you're not going all the way right now, so don't plan for 16.
No, you got to play. You got to go 1 week at a time.
Yeah,
and we have enough talent that we can do it. We have good enough receivers, got good enough backfield. Our lines really just need to step up on both sides of the ball. Florida ran all over us. I know Oregon's going to try, or not Oregon. Oklahoma's going to try that on us. Is Oklahoma's quarterback back, or is he hurt still?
We don't know. It's going to be most likely game time.
He'll be back. I can't stand Oklahoma. God. But if you can't get up for this game, then then you shouldn't be playing at all.
No, I agree.
Yeah. If you can't get up for this game, you shouldn't be on the field.
I agree.
And that's
I would agree with that as well. Yeah. So obviously Texas starts the season number 1. Everybody's talking all these expectations and blah, blah, blah. You're very familiar with that. Texas was in the 2005 national title season, it was all about Texas and USC. And you guys were pretty much front runners with the exception of USC being in front of y'all until you beat them like you should have. How did y'all handle those expectations and keep from getting that what seems to be an issue with this team that is like we're just going to walk in there and beat you and we don't necessarily have to do this, that, or the other? How did the entire team keep that mentality of we're going to go out every single week and dominate the opponent? And is there a way to kind of instill that mentality to this team this late in the season?
They got to stop looking at the media. But when I was in college, social media was just starting. Yeah. You know what I mean? They had MySpace and Facebook, but it was only college kids. You know what I mean? You weren't getting news on social media. These kids now are getting, I see videos all the time they're making of this team, and it makes me so mad. You know what I mean? Like Arch needs to stay off of social media and just turn his phone off. The amount of stuff they talk crap about him. Because I know he's a good ball player. He's a good kid. He's a good ball player. He just needs to get back into rhythm and start playing the way he knows how to play. And, so I think this, and they're all on social media all day long. You know what I mean? And they do all their TikTok stuff and this and that and blah, blah, blah. So, man, I would ban social media and be like, all right, guys, it's about a team. It's not about you. We got to, practice you got to practice harder than the game. And that was the biggest thing for us was that, practice was harder than games. That's how hard that's how, bad practice was tough. It was competition. And I know Sark breeds competition in practices. I know that's a thing at Texas now again. And I love that. But, I just think they got to, it's five. Well, this will be our fifth game. So we got to have some sort of identity where, don't hang your hat on certain things. I would try to run the ball. As much as you want to, you have to get the run game going to give Sark a chance. I mean, to give Arch a chance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you start getting that outside, and I think he had to start running outside. I would avoid all inside the whole time, and just start pounding outside and get rolling. Go 22 personnel, or not even 22 personnel, or 21 personnel with 2 tight ends, and start doubling on the backside and doubling on the front side, and just pounding people out wide, and let those athletes get in some space and make some runs and give this offensive line some confidence that they can run the ball, and I think you go through there, and then that's just going to open up the pass game. And Arch isn't going to be running for his life because you can run play action off of that, and then you put that zone read into effect where he can pull the ball if that DN crashes and he's gone, and that holds players on the backside. You know what I mean? So it's just, with the threat of his legs, they need to. I feel like the zone reads like a big key to it.
I like that. That's good. Paul there. Casey Studdard, one of the all-time great Longhorn offensive linemen, joining the show right now. Casey, can you give us a little bit about what this week means, like for a player this week of Texas OU? And I know it's probably changed something now with, realignment and everything else, but this is Texas OU. This is the rivalry. This is crazy every single year at the Cotton Bowl. What is this week like getting ready for it? And what's it like walking into the Cotton Bowl?
It's all changed now because we used to have that little locker room where you were right next to each other. You know what I mean? Now it's, they renovated it and it's a little bit better, and they got a little bit of space, I guess. But we used to just pull straight up, and it was on OU sides where you pull up every year. And so as soon as you went through the gates, it was just people flipping you off, little kids, grandmas, all that kind of stuff. And if you can't get up for that, it's split down the middle. It's one of the funnest games I ever played in, and it's amazing atmosphere, and it's half red, half orange, and it's insane. And, you walk out of your locker room, you see them getting ready, you're kind of getting ready, and you're like, don't start it now, get out, and it's just a little bit of jarring going on here and there, but it's one of those games where, whoever runs the ball and whoever hits the first person in the mouth, they usually win in this game. Is whoever dominates on the ground, they win this game. So I just hope we start, zone read. I think that's the key. I think that's what it is. And we just get Arch out in some space because you can do so much off of that.
Yeah.
There weren't many players who were better at the zone read than Vince Young, who you were blocking for. So that's, if you could get even 75% of that or 60% of that, I think you're going to be
even
all
Colt
right
ran it. But think about that. Even Colt ran it, and you saw Colt go for 60, 70-yard runs all the time because he knew when to pull it, and he would pull it, and he'd be gone. You know what I mean? Arch faster than Colt, I think, maybe. I don't know. He's bigger than Colt, but I know that. Colt was like a weird fast. So I was like, man, he is pretty fast. You know what I mean? But that's, that's one of those things where it sucks linebackers up where you can dump behind them. You can do your fake zone read and you pull back on the play action and boom, you got, it opens up the middle. opens up the outside. I mean, our Sark's so smart that he could run so many different options off of the zone read once you get it running that he would just demolish teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
Because downhill smash mouth football is not working.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's for sure. So against Florida, Arch dropped back 42 times. He was hit 8 times. He was pressured 35 times. The offensive line's PFF grades, which I don't particularly like PFF grades. I think it's really hard to do all that stuff. But
was it like 50-something%?
Yeah, I mean, it was all awful. It was all awful grades. When your offensive, and I don't remember a time when I saw Texas offensive line put up a performance like that. But if your quarterback ever got rushed after and abused like that during a game, did it motivate you guys, or was there something that, like, how do you feel after something like that? Because they have to feel awful right now, and they have to want to go through something.
I hope they feel awful because, I mean, that's your job, is to protect the quarterback. You know what I mean? That's what you were brought to University of Texas for, is to protect the man that's throwing the ball and handing the ball off behind you. That's football. And if that doesn't piss you off, I don't know what does. Because I know for a fact that many pressures. I didn't even know that stat. That's crazy. That's over 50. So that's 50% of the time he dropped back. He had someone in his face, pressure him or sacking him. That's nuts. That's pride. That you have to take that on your shoulder. That's a pride thing. You have to have enough testicular fortitude to man up in that situation.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. All right, Casey, I don't want to take up too much more of your time. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks,
one of the all-time greats to do it. Before you go, though, any predictions for this weekend? Because it is 4:52 in the afternoon, and OU still sucks.
Yeah, they
know that.
I think if we run the ball, I think we can surprise everybody and we can get back on track. But it's got to be a performance where these offensive linemen put the team on the back and the defensive linemen put their team on the back, and we show up and play ball.
I'm with you. This game is a lot about the big boys.
I think it's going to be like a 17 point, or like a under 30 points for this game. Wins it.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be like a 20-something to 17 game.
I like that. All right, brother. Yeah. I appreciate you joining us, Casey. Anything you want to plug before you get out of here? You working anywhere recently that?
No, just catering and got some roofing going. That's about it, man. I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate you, Casey. Hopefully we don't have to have you back to yell at this offensive line anymore, but I appreciate you coming on with us. And we always appreciate you joining the show.
Appreciate y'all having me. Y'all have a good week.
Thanks, Casey.
Casey Studdard there, a legendary lifetime Longhorn, one of the all-time greats at the position, national champion, telling you what you need to hear if you're the offensive lineman. And I like that zone read, and you have to change things up. And this is what we talk about Sark, and he needs to evolve as a coach. He needs to evolve as somebody that's able to figure out what works. And what have I been saying all week? To coach for the team you have, not the team you want. I get you want to dominate the line of scrimmage. You paid a lot of NIL money to these kids. You want them to be able to dominate the line of scrimmage, but it's not working. And we are 5 games in now. There's no turning back. There's no adding anybody in the portal at this time. There's no one who's going to come in and save the day. Clearly, and what I said to Casey, there's no one behind them. If there was, those guys would be playing. There's no one who's earned the right to play behind them either. So they might as well go in there and stick their nose into it and get it done. So I like the theory of zone read, but I'm glad Casey could join us because I wanted to get a look there from an offensive lineman who has done it before.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find somebody with the experience and the success that Casey Studdard had at Texas. I mean, didn't we have him as on our top,
I think he was, I think he was the starting line left guard in our all 20, our quarter decade team.
Yeah, I think he was too. Look, I was thinking about, we talked yesterday about the idea of shifting things around, and I think we brought up the idea of Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson, like shifting Cole Hudson over and Connor. So if Casey agrees with that and he thinks that that could be something that could help this offensive line from their communication perspective and missed assignment perspective, I think that could be great, because I do think that Cole Hudson has his potential as a guard to be a little bit nastier and a little bit more aggressive, more so than he does at center. So I think that that could be, you know, I don't want to say like the fix all, because there's no fix all for this offensive line at this point.
Yeah.
But it could at least help you take a step forward. Whereas, like, you know, Nick Brooks had no idea what he was doing out there, and that's not a shot at Nick Brooks. He's a true freshman. That's the second game he's ever played in his entire life, and he had to go into the swamp and play a really good defensive line and all these different things. But I think you have to have experience out there. I think you have to have knowledge out there, and that's the kind of thing that I think could help at least patchwork this offensive line until they can figure out something else. If that doesn't work, I really don't know what else you can do. So you might as well give it a shot. Like, you're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to come out with the same offensive line combos and the same plan against Oklahoma that you had against Florida. The same thing's going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, and if you're Texas now, I get you want to sit, and Sark has his 16 games, and you know, we don't want to use, and so in the original scrapbook of what this season was, Texas OU, maybe he was like, I don't need to make drastic changes before Texas OU. You do now. Mm-hmm. You lose this game, you were officially out of the playoffs, because you could beat Georgia, but unless A&M's the number one team in the country at the end of the season, and you're going to win over them and then somehow sneak yourself into a SEC that's eating itself alive and a 2-loss team makes the SEC championship game, I don't see any real path to get there. And so you're already talking about a 1-loss Georgia. Who knows if they make it all the way? You're talking about an A&M team is playing really well, so that's probably – but, like, you have 3 big games, like 3 big – and not that the other SEC games are easy. Vandy's still hard. You know, you can get snuck up on by Mississippi State completely. But in the reality of – in the poll makers, in the people who care about these things, this game matters a lot. You're playing a really good team. And I get it may not be John Mateer. It may be a half-cocked John Mateer with a RoboCop hand in the bionic man with the hand. I get it. But at a certain point, you just have to go, all right, offensive lineman, this isn't working. Whatever we're doing, the fact that I watch how many times you guys don't put your helmet and just hit somebody. And so we're going to change to a different scheme. And everybody better damn well hit somebody every play. Mm-hmm. I don't want to see anybody with their hands up in a pass pro stance waiting for that safety to come down. and they'll be like, oh, I'll get him. It's you have to try and do something to get going. And I agree, whoever controls the run game in this, and it's kind of what we said at Ohio State. And early on, I thought at Ohio State we were going to control the run game better, and then in the second half they were able to control the run game better. This falls in that same where you're like, it's not necessarily that they're tons better than us, but if they find a way to run the football and we don't, we may be dead in the water.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, and I like his idea of not only the zone read but keeping things on the outside, because the guards aren't getting the push. You know that Trevor Gooseby is athletic enough to get to the outside. You know DJ Campbell is. You know Brandon Baker is. So do things in that respect. One of the problems, though, the one problem I do have with that, though, and this is just based off of one play that sticks in my mind, so it could be an aberration, or like, I mean, I'm not Casey Studdard. I don't know the offensive line the way that he knows the offensive line, and he's almost assuredly right. But there was one play that sticks out to me where Texas tried to do a run to the outside on the left, and they pulled Brandon Baker and DJ Campbell at the same time to go help out on that side. But the play got blown up before they even had a chance to make a block, because somebody came untouched on the outside from that spot. So whatever that looks like, I think that you need to keep it as simplistic as you can for this offensive line, which in today's college football is very difficult because everything is so much more complex than it used to be, with rolling coverages and stunts and all this different stuff. But you have to try to keep it as simplistic as you possibly can. Like there's another one that sticks out to me too, where they drop back into pass coverage, and Nick Brooks pulls from left guard and goes all the way to the outside of Brandon Baker on the right side. And then somebody comes up through where Nick Brooks was and hits Arch.
Yeah.
So it's like
This
why
one-
are
yeah,
you
the
pulling
plays-
your left guard to reinforce the right tackle? That
Yeah,
seems
and it's-
overly complicated.
Yeah. It's the thought of if everything is perfect, this play works. And then
Mhm.
it reminds you of those plays, not as bad, but the ones where they shift the entire punting unit over to the side and then try and trick you with a fake punt play, and then the defense just runs and kills the punter. You're like, oh yeah. No, if we don't have anybody to block them, it's probably not a good idea. So it's tough. And yeah, CB, I know what's a run game. I'm with you. It feels like that right now, that the run game has not been there. But I like going to the outside too. Like we're not winning on the inside right now, so I don't want to keep going to it. And if you're able to make them worried about the outside, maybe then you can start coming back on the inside a little bit. But you've got to find a way to find some space. And I also like the point he brought up about Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson being out there together and maybe being able to help each other with what they see a little bit more, of having two guys who have played snaps and played at the center position and can maybe help out a little bit more, of having a little bit more brains in the front, even though Cole Hudson looked really bad, but he's looked better in the past at the guard position. But I mean, really at the end of the day, if you're going to go more zone read and go in that sense, it's going to be whoever picks that up in this week. It's going to be whoever has those plays ready to go, that you're ready to come out there and just go, here's some new plays, and could you get there? I get that too. To simplify, Lane and Matt are correct. It's I like that stuff's really fun to do. And as an offensive lineman, that's one of the reasons you probably came to Texas was, you got to do these complex things, but you're not good enough to do those. You haven't earned the right to do those, because to do those, you have to do your things first. You have to know what you're doing first.
Well, yeah. And when they were doing those things the last 2 years, they had Hayden Connor and Jake Majors.
Yeah. Exactly.
So those guys knew exactly where they were supposed to be, exactly what they were supposed to do. It doesn't feel like you should be trying to do those things with Nick Brooks.
No.
And Connor Stroh just seems completely unplayable at this point. Again, Yumea Zulu, I think, could provide some physicality and aggressiveness if he plays, but why didn't he play last week? Like, that's a question that I would like the answer to, that I don't think we're ever going to get. But that kind of is also why I come back to this idea of Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson that Casey mentioned, is those guys both know, like, Cole Hudson is at center trying to not only call out the protections at the line, but Nick Brooks has no idea what he's supposed to be doing over there, because he's a tackle for one thing. He hasn't played guard in his entire life. And he's over there trying to tell him where to go and who to pick up and all this stuff on the fly. And if you shift Hudson over to left guard and put Connor Robertson in center, then both of those guys know exactly what they're supposed to do. And the simplicity and the knowledge of what's going on is so much more apparent. Maybe there's something that Sark and Kyle Flood knows that we don't, which I'm pretty sure might be the case, because they know a hell of a lot.
They know
about
a lot
football.
of things we don't know. The question is, do the offensive linemen also know those things? Because that's a big question.
But what I mean by that is, like, is there a reason they haven't done that yet, based on the first 4 weeks or 5 weeks? And I'm like, maybe there is something to the reason they haven't done that yet. Like, maybe they know something that is preventing them from doing that. I don't know what it could be, but
I think that there was a lot more hope that when you got to SEC play, things would work out than there is now.
Yeah.
I think you were like, okay, once we get into this kind of game plan, I think there was more hope. Like, Connor Stroh was a type of guy that we all knew. Connor Stroh's not, mobile enough to be a zone read guy. So he's not going to be he was supposed to be a run forward ahead and win the battle guy. Viking that can go out there and push his guy. And he couldn't do that. So you're like, well, if he can't win that battle, and that's the thing he's supposed to be able to do, that became the problem. And guys were able to get around him early, and now he's not been able to get there. But you have to try and get somebody to be mean. And whoever seems like the meanest guy out there is the guy that you kind of put in at this point. And Naman, I get the worries, because I have those those questions too of Sark growing, and can Sark simplify things for Arch? Can Sark simplify things for this offensive line and simplify for a young team instead of thinking in the philosophy of, all right, well, we'll build for another 2 years and then have a 1-year shot at it. I don't think that's what people want at Texas. And if that's what he's doing, then, maybe we'll get lucky and win some. I don't think that's what he's doing, but I think in his head, he was able to pick it up, and he expects other people to be able to pick it up easily. And so you just have to work. That's not a reality. We're hoping that the reality check for this Texas football team, the reality check for the Texas coaching staff, the reality check for all of us fans who may have been talking a little too highly of this team, that reality check of Florida will come back to be something that will let Sark and Flood go, all right, this is what we have. Shut the doors, lock the doors, make sure no one's listening. Our O-line sucks at football right now. We can make them better. We are good enough coaches to make them better. But what we thought they were and what they are two different things. So we need to make adjustments. I think they are smart enough guys to do that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think they're smart enough guys to do that. I think they're some of the most brilliant minds in college football. It's just, I think that they had their plan for this year.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
It hasn't gone the way that they expected it to go. And I think that they thought that maybe against Florida, after the bye week, they had figured some stuff out, and then it just didn't happen. So they're like, okay, well, now we have to change everything going into Oklahoma, because obviously we thought that these guys had figured it out in practice, but they can't implement it into the game or something like that. I don't know. But like, there's not a lot of other options that you can figure out at this point. The young offensive linemen aren't going to be like, we saw what happened with Nick Brooks. The young offensive linemen like Devin Coleman and Jordan Coleman are two really, really big guards that are freshmen that have the potential to be those big space movers, powerful guys. Like Jordan Coleman is 6'5", 350 pounds. Devin Coleman is 6'5", 331 pounds. Like those guys are in their scouting report. It says big physical movers of people, basically.
Yes.
But they can't get baptized into college football in the Red River rivalry. If you were going to see what you had in those guys, you should have put them in the first, against the Cupcakes. But they didn't have a chance to do that until maybe Sam Houston. So you're kind of, as Daryl Roy used to say, you're dancing with who brung you. You can't really make too many changes other than maybe flipping a couple guys around because the other guys just aren't ready.
No, I think that's the best way to say it. That's what you have to do. And, I think we go back to the other Daryl Royals ago. You can't put the BBs back in the box. That's right now. Sark is desperately trying to put some BBs back in the box on this offensive line. Like, all right, we just get a couple of them back in this box, we'll be good to go. Let's take our first break here, Matt. We'll come back. We got our NFL power rankings coming up, some more NFL talk, some more college football talk. If you guys want to keep talking, whatever you guys do, you are the third host here on Open Gym. So if you want to hit that text line 512-222-9328, or of course on the chat here on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube, go ahead and hit those up. And we'll come back here in about 2.5 minutes and continue on with some more Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll love our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, here on a Wednesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Text lines open 512-222-9328, or of course the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, or on YouTube. We see them all, and we love to hear from you guys. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us here on a Wednesday afternoon. Thanks again to Casey Studdard for coming on, talking some O-line with us. I thought he'd be a great guest, and he was, to someone who knows more about the offensive line than me and Matt do. So I thought we could bring him in with a different perspective as one of the greats there. So good there. I want to just curious here. I got an email here like in the last 10 minutes for a know before you go for the Moody Center. I've only ever gotten these know before you go things from Ticketmaster after I've had a ticket, right? It's normally you get it, you buy a ticket, and then it gives you like the no. I do not have a ticket to Cirque du Soleil on Friday. Yet somehow I've gotten this email. Should I check to see my Ticketmaster? Should I check to see if my Ticketmaster has been hacked and someone's using my someone's buying Cirque du Soleil tickets? I know my bank account has not seen the money go out of it. I see that. I have alerts for that. So I know that does not happen. But yeah, I'm a little confused that I was like, out of all the things that maybe I get a free ticket to, Cirque du Soleil would not have been one I would have aimed for.
Probably not. I had a similar experience the other day. I guess it was a couple weeks ago now. I had like 5 emails all of a sudden from Delta Airlines, like, thank you for booking your flight to like Tokyo or whatever. It was like $10,000 in fraud charges on my credit card. I got it back like instantly, but it was like, man, who wants to go to Tokyo that bad?
My guess is they picked the longest, most expensive flight, and then we're going to cancel it and try and get a refund onto a different account. That's my guess. That's how that scam would work. And maybe Cirque du Soleil tickets are the same thing. You're trying to jokes on them. I can't afford Cirque du Soleil tickets. I don't know that.
I can't afford tickets to Tokyo either.
No, but yeah, it was just an odd one. I've seen Cirque du Soleil once when I was a child, I believe. They did it like in a tent at Barton Creek Mall, maybe at the airport, or the old airport, like Miller before it all got, or Mueller, what we called Mueller, but now it's Miller. They've told us. But maybe it was one of those.
Mueller.
I know it's always Miller because it's spelled, but it's pronounced Miller, which I was unaware of until that was when they were building Mueller up. and putting that new shopping center there and everything. And they asked the people who own the land if they could use the name, or the former people in the Mueller family, basically. And they were like, yeah, you can use it, but could you pronounce it right? They never thought to tell anybody this before. So that was also apparent. There was another one that Baker Mayfield said this week, that Tyrod Taylor's name is Tyrod.
Okay, like if that's the case, then tell everybody. Like even Bijan Robinson, who said his name is pronounced Bijan, said Bijan.
Yes,
like recently.
I
So
know.
it's like, who do we believe?
And CB said, yeah, Baker says his name is Tyrod, and he just won't correct anybody. And I get the concept that it's like, especially with social media now, if you're a public figure, you're like, I don't want to start the whole argument. It doesn't bother me. Call me. I will never hear it. So call me whatever you want. It doesn't bother me if you guys over there are calling me whatever. I've always been the way. I grew up, and this is telling you age and everything else. But when I grew up, I was in elementary school, I think, and It's Pat came out on SNL. And have you ever seen It's Pat, Matt?
Mm-mm.
It's Pat. The whole premise was that there was an androgynous.
Oh, wait, yeah.
There's an androgynous person that you couldn't tell if they were a man or a woman. And if you're in elementary school, that's not the type of thing you want your name associated with. So I was yes, they did make a movie with Dave Foley as Chris, Chris was their significant other, and you couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. That was the movie. I've seen it. I don't remember any of it, but I can tell you it was awful.
Okay.
And I usually like dumb comedy
review on Thursday.
And it is like, Matt, this is the type of thing you would be so mad at me for making you watch, because it's not even really funny. It's just dumb. So it was a failure completely. But I watched that at some point in my life. It came on and I was like, oh, I like SNL, and then was wrong. But that came out. But then I got to the point where I'm like, when I got a little bit older, and then girls would call you Pat or whatever else. And then Patrick, the SpongeBob, came out at some point in my youth when I was like in high school. And so then I didn't even know what it was. But then I was just like, you know what, girls, whatever you want to call me, as long as you call me, I don't care anymore. Just call me. If you're somebody and you want to hang out and do that, call me whatever, whatever name you want to fall for. They called me on the road when I was touring bands. One of my nicknames was Cakes. If you can get to Cakes, it's not about me being fat. I was not fat at the time. It was Patty Cakes. Patty Cakes just became Cakes. So there's still some girls who call me Cakes from back in those days. So, but yeah, I don't mind the names, but it is funny because I saw that one from Baker Mayfield that said Tyrod Taylor, and he goes, he won't tell anybody. And we're like, what? How do we not know this?
Well, I will not tell anybody on this show what my nicknames were in high school and college and today with my friends, because then who knows what would happen. So we're going to keep that on the down low.
Keep that on the down low, Matt. You don't have to let everybody know into your personal life. You don't have to open there's some show where they were like, they called somebody pedo. There was some show where they were calling everybody a pedophile. And then at the wedding, the wife, or the funeral, the wife says like, so sorry for that. And it's like, oh no, that's a nickname. Don't say that. It's really, really offensive. How about we get into some NFL power rankings, Matt, here in hour 2 of the show? I believe I do not have it done where I can do them super quick, but we'll still make it work. That we have our Open Gyms NFL power rankings for week 5 right there. We are now in week 6. There you go. Rod named you. I didn't know Rod named you CB, but that makes sense. That he has that way of the way with words that he can pull that off. But here's our Open Gym NFL power rankings from last week. As we look at what happened in the NFL last week, see who deserves to move up, who deserves to move down, who has made an ass out of themselves. Let's start off at the top here, Matt, as we like to do, and start off with those Buffalo Bills who got their first loss of the season. Now, there are no 4-0. There's no 5-0 teams. So there's no one who is undefeated still in football. So we can say this is not necessarily a killer for them to stay at number one, because they are now 4-1. I don't think you necessarily have to say that they are out, but we can go with that. The Eagles, again, don't look good. They lose to the Broncos in their matchup as well. So 2 losses there. The Lions do beat the Bengals, but it's not necessarily as great because the Bengals still put up 24 points. By the way, Joe Flacco been named the starter for this week for the Cincinnati Bengals. That seems rough. And the Chargers, who is our 4th team in there, lose to the Commanders 27-10. Amari and Hampton goes on the IR. People are now starting to question what is happening to this team once teams started to figure out kind of how to play them better. What do you like at the top of that? Does anybody move back up in there? Tampa Bay gets a win over the Seahawks. They're now 4-1. They may move into tier 1 from tier 2. Outside of that, I don't know who else would necessarily move into that realm. But and the Rams lost to the 49ers, so they're still one of the better teams. The Green Bay Packers had a bye week. Indy gets a win. I believe Indy gets another win this week. They get their win. But I don't know if you're moving anybody up. They beat the Raiders, and the Raiders are nobody right now. They're playing awful football. And the Chiefs lose again. So a lot of these top teams took a loss over the weekend. We go 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, and 8 all took losses over the weekend. So a lot going on near the top of our list. I don't know how many teams move up into that upper echelon, how much you move things around. Matt, what do you think at the top of tier 1?
I still think the Bills are the best team. So
I do too.
I got to leave them at number 1. Like you said, everybody's got a loss. The Patriots are 3-2, and I believe, they've won 3 of their last 4. So the Patriots are looking better. I'm not going to fault the Bills for dropping a game. I'm going to leave them at number 1.
I like that.
I'm tempted to move the Lions to number 2 over the Eagles.
I am too, because I think the
I
Eagles
just
have
feel
played,
like they're better.
I think they played really, really poorly. I don't have much faith in this Eagles team. They are probably going to get a win tomorrow over the Giants, but that's kind of, so they look like they're there, that they could get that win tomorrow. And the Lions are going to play the Chiefs. So the Lions have a tough matchup on Sunday Night Football, but I put the Lions up at 2 and let them live their own legacy and play this one that I think they can get a win against this Chiefs team that's not playing really well, and Rashee Rice will not be back. So I will say preemptively move the Lions up to 2.
I agree with that. I would also, I want to move Tampa Bay up because I think Baker Mayfield's playing like an MVP. And they, outside of that ugly game against the Eagles, they've looked really, really, really good. So, and they don't even have Mike Evans right now. So, like, when Mike Evans comes back, they're going to be better.
All right. So, do you move them?
I move them to 3.
You move them to 3 and move the Eagles to 4. I'm with you. I do not have a problem with that at all. Let's move the Bucks up here.
And then that closes out tier 1.
So the Chargers moving back down to tier 2.
Yeah, I think it goes Chargers, Rams, Packers after that.
Yeah. I don't know, because you could technically say the Colts are in there. The Jags are getting closer to be back in that conversation as well. But I can't put I still don't put any of them. Like, I get the Chiefs have been really bad this year. I don't know, but like, all right, so we'll go Chargers, Rams, Packers. I think those teams, I still believe in those teams.
Mm-hmm.
I still believe in those teams. So I agree. The top 7, I still really believe in. So I don't know. Is there a world where we move the Colts up to 8 and the Jags are back in this conversation now because they get another win? Or do the Jags move up? They're at 16 right now. They may move up to tier 3 now, not move them all the way up to tier 2.
Yeah. I think you move the Colts to 8.
Yeah.
I think you move the Commanders to 9.
Okay, yeah, that's another good team. It's playing better with Jaden Daniels back.
And then, like, I can't drop the Chiefs all the way to like tier 4, but
no, but I think they can go to tier 3.
Yeah, definitely. Which puts a smile on my face because I hate the Chiefs.
I thought that was you who got that back tattoo yesterday.
Thankfully not.
All right. So we run our tier 2 is the Chargers at 5, the Rams at 6, the Packers at 7, the Colts at 8, and the Commanders at 9.
Yep.
All right. So now we get into tier 3. I will say I believe the Jags and 49ers can jump into tier 3 now. Those both have been playing really well. I get the 49ers have a ton of injuries. I get that they're having a hard time of it going. But as a team who has been beat up and is still winning football games, I'm at least saying this is a playoff team. And I think tier 3 should be playoff teams right now, and teams that we think are playoff teams.
Hear me out.
Okay.
I think there's another team you can put in tier 3 right now.
Okay.
The Cowboys.
Oh my God. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to move the Cowboys all the way up there.
So this offense, the defense is the defense. There's nothing they can do about it. The offense in their last 4 games have scored 40 points twice and 37 another time. This offense is good enough to get them into the wild card if they keep playing this way. So I think you kind of have to move, like maybe the last spot in tier 3, but I think they deserve to be in tier 3.
Well, I mean, I think tier 3 is about to grow because for me, I'm dropping the Chiefs down where I'm going to figure out where they go later. I'm like, I get it. They're just playing bad football right now. The Chiefs magic's gone. So I have these other teams ranked ahead of them. So they're just going to slide down here. I'm going to put them next to the Ravens for a minute. But we'll go with tier 3. I think Seahawks, Broncos, and Vikings can all sit right where they are. I think they're all playing good football. So we don't need to touch any of those. That's your 10, 11, and 12.
Seahawks
and tier 3.
Seahawks, Broncos, Vikings.
Yeah, so they just move up one spot there. All 3 of them move up one spot. Now, the question is 49ers, Jaguars, Cowboys, and Chiefs. Who are those are in tier 3? And who, keep in mind, the Jags are 4-1. Have won some games. The 49ers are 4-1, have won some games. The Cowboys are 2-2-1. So I would say the Cowboys sit at the top or right behind the Chiefs in tier 4 right now. Actually, you know what? I think they sit at top tier 4 and the Chiefs sit at the end of tier 5 or tier 3. Because I think the Cowboys are playing well. I think they deserve to move up, but I don't know if they jump all the way to tier 3 at 2-2-1. Like they still they've played well, but they
have a better record than the Chiefs.
They do, but the Chiefs historically, I'm going to give more credit to them to figure it out. I think that because they beat the Jets, I can't give them so much credit for being an awful, awful Jets team.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, well, sure. But the Chiefs have only beaten the Giants and the Ravens.
I know, but they're going to win games, and so I don't want to stick them completely away.
Okay, like if that's what you want to do,
I don't necessarily want to completely hide them out and drop them all the way from 8 to like 20. That's kind of where we're headed.
No, but okay. So I think that and we can discuss this obviously.
Yeah.
I think tier 3 should be Seahawks, Broncos, Vikings, Jags, 49ers, Cowboys, Chiefs.
Okay, I have
tier 4 starts.
I have 49ers, Jags. I have it a little bit the other way.
Okay.
But that may just be my Texans talking in me. I can move them either way. What do you think? Jags or 49ers up at 13?
I think the 49ers have been more impressive, I guess, because they've been doing it with a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
And no receivers.
Yeah. So I would put 49ers at 13, Jags at 14. And then, now we go into Cowboys and Chiefs here in tier 3. Keep in mind, we have just decimated tier 4. And I think the Ravens, Chiefs, and Cowboys and Steelers fit in tier 4. I feel like that's a great tier 4.
Okay,
like
if that's how you want to do it.
It's like a teams with really lofty expectations that are all somewhat underperforming so far this season. And the Steelers are not even really underperforming. They maybe don't even fit into this one. As the Steelers, I mean, they're just kind of existing right now. Do they have a bye week this week too? I think they had a bye week because they just played in Europe. So they're 3-1. They're not playing bad football.
So are we moving? We're putting 14 in tier 3, which is the Jags. And then we're starting tier 4.
And then tier 4 has the Steelers, the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys in it right now.
Okay. I think the Cowboys are the best team out of that group right now. But if you want to give it to the Chiefs, we can give it to the Chiefs.
I know. I look, as long as they're in tier 4, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. We'll put the Cowboys up there. I like it. I like your vigor there. Cowboys at 15, Chiefs. Actually, we'll go Chiefs at 16, just because we're gonna piss off Aaron Rodgers.
Steelers 17.
Ravens are dropping down.
Hold on. Before we put the Ravens anywhere.
Yes.
I think they need to drop farther.
I believe they could. I think you're 100% right in that philosophy. All right. So 15 is the Cowboys, 16 is the Chiefs, 17 is the Steelers. Then we look down, and who do we have left? We have the Ravens still in no man's land right now. Falcons, Cardinals, Bears, Texans. The Patriots are there. They've been playing decent football. People like them. The Raiders, Panthers, Giants, Bengals, Jets, Titans, Browns, Dolphins, Saints. So Patriots are the only team that can really move up a tier in this one. They've been playing decent football. Win against the Bills. They're looking better. They moved to the top of tier 6 last week. I think they can jump a tier this week.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Texans can move up after beating a beat up, terrible Ravens team. They got 2 wins in a row. They can move up a little. I'm not moving up a tier by any means. But there's your question. Where do you fall in tier 5 now? If the tier 5 are we putting the Ravens in tier 5? Are we putting them in tier 6?
I think they're at the bottom of tier 5.
Okay. So
somewhere near the bottom of tier 5.
So that then puts us with the Falcons, Cardinals, Bears, Texans, Patriots, and Ravens. We saw that the Bears
had a bye, right?
I believe the Falcons had a bye. The Bears might have had a bye as well.
They did.
Yeah, so Falcons and Bears didn't play. The Cardinals lose a game that they should have won to the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
They're still a better team, but get punished for that, right?
Okay, I've got this figured out.
Okay, he's got it figured out.
I think you move the Patriots to 18, the Texans to 19, you move the Falcons and the Bears to 20 and 21. And then you have the Ravens.
Then the Ravens.
Does that make sense?
I think it does. Let me do my little. Let me change my numbers here. So that puts us 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. All right. So that puts us at tier 5 at Patriots at 18, Texans at 19, Falcons at 20, Bears at 21, Ravens at 22, and the Cardinals at 23.
Yeah. But
All right.
shouldn't the Cardinals be tier 6?
I'm not going to move them down this week. I get they lost. They're 2-3, but they should have won that game.
Yeah.
Like I get, like, if you look at the actual game, they twice blew them. Like, they hurt themselves a bunch. So I'm going to say they're still better than some of these teams that are really struggling right now. Like, I think they're struggling and their coach is on the hot seat and all of those pieces. I'm going to leave them at the bottom of tier 5 though for right now.
Okay, 23. Okay.
23. And that puts us into tier 6. I don't think anyone jumps out of tier 7. There's no one in tier 7 who deserves to jump out of it right now. No one is, like, the Browns lost, the Titans won, but I'm still not moving them out.
Didn't all these teams lose this past weekend?
The Titans won. And the Saints won.
Besides the Titans, I mean.
The Saints won too. Saints beat the Giants.
I didn't even see that. Okay.
So that's where we say is tier 6 is the Raiders lost. The Panthers beat the Dolphins. So they beat one of the bottom teams. The Bengals lost as well to the Lions. So your teams that won. The Titans beat the Cardinals and the Saints beat the Giants. That's who won out of our bottom teams.
Just for the sheer fact that the Panthers won and the Raiders lost 40-6, I think we should flip-flop those.
Yeah.
Because I can't really move anybody else up.
No. The only other one I'm going to say is the Jets drop below the Dolphins at least. The Jets are bad.
I think the Bengals drop into tier 7.
Man, tier 7 is getting brutal. I want to leave them out for now because tier 7 is becoming the graveyard, and I want to give them 1 week with Joe Flacco. Can I give them 1 week with Joe Flacco?
All right.
They're not moving up, and they've still moved down. They're still 20, or they stayed at where they are. They're 27. They're still really bad. They put up 24 points on the Lions last week. 21 of those were in the fourth quarter, but they put up 24 points on the Lions.
All right.
Last
Well, next week when Joe Flacco gets sacked 17 times,
they're gonna dive bomb in to tier 7. I get that. The only other one I'm gonna do is the Titans are gonna climb up to the top. The Browns will be up there too. The Dolphins, everybody moves up a spot because the Jets are moving in at number 31. They're not quite the Saints yet, who have a win. They may move. I mean, they're the only winless team. The Jets are now. The only team with a 0 in their record is the Jets.
Well, then shouldn't they be last?
Yeah, fine. We'll move them down there. You're out of here, Jets. Lose to the Cowboys. Expect to not hurt your rankings.
Look at the Saints climbing a spot.
Climbing a spot. There you go. Mike McDaniel, tell everybody we climbed a spot, guys. Oh, somehow I've ruined my number somewhere along these lines.
So it's Panthers 24, Raiders 25, Giants 26, Bengals 27, Titans 28, Browns 29, Dolphins 30, Saints 31, Jets 32.
That is it. That is our new power rankings. I'll try and get those done tonight and out. But yeah, that is I feel that there, and then the disrespect to the Jets fully shown as they fall to the bottom. You lose to a Cowboys team who I know we bumped up, but Cowboys now in tier 4 trying to earn. Hey, they get another win. They move up to tier 3. They're a win away from tier 3, man. They're a win away right now.
Mhm.
But I do agree the Bills stay atop your power rankings as well. I think that's a solid pick. And then the Chargers just got some things to figure out as we continue on. But yeah, I like it. New power rankings there for you. We'll try and get that posted up on social media here a little bit later tonight once I have some time, because I don't have this done as well as my SEC power rankings where I have them all where I can move them easily. These are not, the graphic is not as easy to move on this one. I did it in a different way. All right. Let's see. What else do we have on the schedule for today, Matt? Oh, I wanted to ask you this one. Because if we look at the NFL standings right now, Matt, the AFC South has 2 4-1 teams on there. The Colts and the Jags are 4-1. The Houston Texans, who were projected to win, are 2-3, but they're still in this division. They're 2 straight wins now, looking a little bit better. We're not even going to mention the Titans. But is the AFC South turned a corner, Matt, and is possibly now in the conversation to be considered one of the better, if not best, divisions in the NFL? I feel like this may be an overreactions Tuesday, but
This should have been the overreaction segment yesterday. I'll put it that way.
Let me tell you the bottom teams. So if we're going to take out the bottom team, and this is to make it so it's a 3-man race, because we say the Jets, the Browns, the Titans, that's every other Browns and the Raiders, right? All 1-win teams or 0-win teams. They're all knocked out. None of these teams are going to be able to claim any kind of power. In the NFC, the Giants, the Bears, the Saints, and the Cardinals. So you could say the Bears, you could maybe say the Cardinals are better teams, and they help you out in that 4th position. There's the only 2 fourth-ranked teams that have any sort of pull in the division rankings. So you could say NFC North. That is Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, and Chicago. Very good division. Very good division. And the NFC West, San Francisco, Seattle, Los Angeles, and Arizona. Again, a good division. In the AFC, though, we can't say there's another division. It had been the AFC West, right? The AFC West had been the best division in that, with, sometimes the AFC East or AFC North contributing. AFC South has been at the bottom. So maybe we can't say NFL, but maybe we can say in the AFC that right now, the best division in the AFC is the AFC South.
Yeah, every division in the NFC is better than the AFC South.
Every division.
Every
Come
division.
on now. You can't tell me if the Colts played the Cowboys right now, who wins?
But you can't tell me that the Texans would beat the Cowboys either.
Of course they would. You don't have a defense.
It doesn't matter who the Cowboys are playing, though. Like, they can score on anybody.
It would be 50-35. You can't score on us. You got a good defense, man. You're talking about we play top level defense.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
It'd be 40-37, but we'd win.
I still think the AFC West is better. I mean, you make a good argument. You're making a good argument because right now, with wins and losses, the AFC South is better than the AFC West. I think by the end of the season, you're still going to see the AFC West better.
I mean, because normally you'd say, the AFC East, you have the Dolphins and the Jets. So you're just kind of out because you have 2 garbage teams. In the AFC North, the fact that the Bengals, Ravens are both not playing well kind of hurts you. That the Steelers are just taking this division because everybody else in that division is awful. And by the way, Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin are laughing all the way to the bank right now. Oh, you didn't think we could win this division because it's too tough. Well, what do you say about when everybody else sucks at football? That'll help us win. And then the AFC West, I think, is the only real competition in the AFC because we know the Chargers there. They're struggling now, but I think they will recharge. Denver started off slow, but seems like they're starting to figure it out. And the Chiefs, I still think, are going to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
I still think at some point, especially you get Rashee Rice back, in 2 weeks now?
I think it's somewhere close to that, suspension. Yeah.
So we're in week 6 right now. So this is the last week without Rashee Rice, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So you're about to add back a wide receiver 1 to that offense. Now, the defense has not been as good as they've been before, but I think you add Rashee Rice back in and Patrick Mahomes gets a little bit more comfortable. It opens up more for Hollywood Brown. It opens up more for Xavier Worthy as being able to just play, more deep threat guys. But it's an interesting one. I think it's an interesting conversation right now because no one would have predicted 2 4-1 teams in the AFC South, and especially not 2 4-1 teams, and one's not the Texans.
Oh, absolutely. Like they have been the most surprising division by far.
Yes.
And I don't think that's close. I think the Colts are sustainable. I think that they're going to end up making the playoffs, which I don't think anybody would have guessed at the beginning of the year. I still don't believe in the Jags. I just, there's something about them. I just don't. I can't. I think they've got. I don't know if it's they've gotten lucky. It's just there's something about it being the Jacksonville Jaguars that I just don't buy it. And that's saying something because I would have said at the beginning of this season that Trevor Lawrence is a better quarterback than Daniel Jones, but right now that's proven to be wrong. And I still don't buy this Texans team either. I just don't like.
By the offensive line and the play calling and all that.
Okay, so no, I don't. Show me against the Seahawks in 2 weeks that this offense is still good.
I agree with you, Matt. This is why this conversation had to happen this week because I was like, this could fall apart. We are playing Jenga in the AFC South right now, but it has been a crazy start. And I think the real term is not the best team in the AFC, the best division in the AFC, not the best division in the NFL. It is the most surprising division. Surprisingly good because we could say as well that the AFC North is a surprising division right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Because you thought Cincinnati and Baltimore were both going to be decent teams, and they are not decent right now. So that may be your other surprising division.
You know what's crazy, Patrick, is Cincinnati has been awful.
Yeah.
And they're second in that division right now.
I know. That's crazy. And the fact that the Steelers are like, are you guys, everyone had Mike Tomlin's job gone, that he was not going to make the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers thinks it's not going to work. And so far, they're just like slow and steady wins the race, man. Mm-hmm. All we got to do is win this division with a bunch of teams who don't have any clue what they're doing on the offensive line or on defense. Now, the Ravens will win some games once Lamar Jackson comes back. Like they'll start winning a few of these games because they'll be like the Cowboys, where their defense is garbage, but their offense is prolific. So they'll be able to be in that different, weird area where it's like, oh, we just played a bad offensive team. We're able to win. So they'll win some more games, but it's going to take a little bit of time. It's just an interesting world. A different interesting thing to think about, Matt. Did you see a story about Auburn moving their game next season against Baylor?
Yeah, that was odd for NIL stuff.
So this is a really interesting one to me because Auburn basically gives up a home game. Teams do not like to give up home games, especially against a decent non-conference in Baylor. We sell that out, we'll make all of our money on that. But for recruiting purposes, and this is dual recruiting, right? This is NIL, and where are they playing the game, Matt? Atlanta, where they want to recruit, where everybody wants to recruit out of. So this is a dual-edged sword of recruitment for Auburn right now. We're giving NIL opportunities as a part of a game, which no one else is doing. So we're doing that. So come to Auburn and you'll make more money. Plus, hey, it happens, if you're from Atlanta and you're a top recruit or top transfer from the Atlanta area who's a really, really good football player, play a game at home next year, man. So come on down to Auburn. Hugh Freeze is going to be long gone. Don't worry. Jackson Arnold ain't going to be here. It'll be a whole big new team next season, guys. But this does feel like this is part of Auburn setting up for knowing that they're going to fire their coach.
This is so bizarre. that you would get rid of a home game to do this, especially against a team like Baylor, who can beat you. Like
Who you
this
just played
isn't
at Baylor. It's not a 2-year. It's now a home and a neutral, which is weird.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like I get the recruiting and the NIL thing, but let me see who else I have on the schedule, because this is the most bizarre pick for this game I think they could have had if my memory serves. They could have done this with Southern Miss. They could have done this with Jacksonville State.
Well, I don't think they could have, because I don't think the Dome would take them.
I mean, maybe not. Maybe it had to be that because of the matchup.
Yeah, because and also NIL wise, you're not like, oh, I'm paying you to do this game that nobody's going to watch.
Yeah.
Like Baylor, Auburn, people will watch that game, especially if it's in week 0. I don't know if it's in week 0 or week 1, but people will watch that game. And
yeah, they will.
And so I think that's kind of what you have to have another team that everybody wants to buy in on. But I the bigger one for me is like, is this? So when we saw Texas start the Pancake Factory, and then we kind of saw some other people start things like that. And we've seen, when someone starts something and you go, okay, I'm wondering how many other teams are going to do that, where you'll see something in Dallas or Arlington or something like that to try and recruit the Dallas area. You may see some more stuff at NRG in Houston to try and recruit the Houston area. And some of these games where it's like, it's not even our home state. We're okay to travel to a game that's in a recruiting mecca where we really want to bring in some guys. And I think Atlanta's probably going to have this game every single year, whether it's Auburn or not. I think there will now be an NIL opportunity in Atlanta every single season, and depending on who jumps on that. But that feels like one of those moves where you go, I don't know how well it works out, but it feels like it's going to stay because somebody's going to make it work.
Auburn seems like the team that would have to do something like this.
Yeah,
I don't think Texas has to do anything like this.
I don't think Texas does either.
Most teams that are blue bloods, I wouldn't think would have to do anything like this. Like Oklahoma won't have to do it. Alabama won't have to do it. Notre Dame, Ohio, none of those teams are going to have to do something like this. But you could start to see some other ones. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Ole Miss plays a game in, Atlanta at some point.
South Carolina, 100%.
Oh yeah. Like teams like that for sure. I think you could start to see stuff like this. It's just a matter of who they have on their future schedules, and if they can sell that to the Dome that year to be like, okay, yeah, we'll take this game. I'd have to go through the SEC future schedules and see who that might be, but maybe I'm a little bit old school. I don't ever want to leave my home stadium unless I'm absolutely forced to do it.
No, I agree. I agree with you. I'm 100% on with you. Now, the Cotton Bowl is a great environment, but we already have one of those games every year. We have a neutral site game every single year for Texas. I don't really want to add a second. And so I'm with you on that. I don't think you have to if you're Texas. Now, who knows what recruiting ends up being in the future and NIL and all of that. I don't think you necessarily have to do that right now. But I get Auburn, who's like, we're willing to spend some money. We've shown that we're willing to spend some money. We're showing that we're willing to do this. But we also think that we're probably going to have a difficult point in our future because our coach is probably not going to make it either all the way through the season or to the off season. So now every recruit can leave. But if we, entice them with this, then maybe either we can replace them or we can get something else. It feels like they know where they're at as a program as well. And maybe that's why this move was made so late in the game as well, that it's not like a 2 years, 3 years down the line. This is in less than a year now.
Yeah. Auburn seems like they're certainly on the downtrend and they need something to kind of help the next regime start things up, because I don't think Hugh Freeze is going to make it through this year.
I don't either.
I mean, the way that you've started so far against Oklahoma and A&M, you got Georgia next after your bye week, then you got Missouri, then you can breathe maybe a little bit against Arkansas and Kentucky, although I think Arkansas is perfectly capable of beating them. They're probably going to lose to Vanderbilt. They're definitely going to lose to Alabama. So, I mean, if you're Auburn, you may have 2 wins left on your schedule.
Yep. That's what they're going to have to figure out, from starting out so hot to it just crumbling all in front of them. And they're gonna blame the refs and OU no matter what. So, all right, we got to take our second break real quick.
Real quick, Auburn got hosed. I refuse to believe otherwise.
They did get hosed. I agree with that. They're also just going to continue to blame for like the next 7 losses, though.
Probably.
It's all right. We're gonna take our second break. We'll come back into our meathead of the day and wrap it up here on a Wednesday afternoon edition of Open Gym.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we would like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Update on the Moody Center controversy. They must be listening. They have sent an email already back out saying, sorry about that. Set that out in air. So, must be listening, right? The Moody Center says, so I don't have free tickets to Cirque du Soleil Friday. Will not be able to give you the review of Cirque du Soleil, whatever one that is. I don't know which one it would be now. But I don't get free tickets now. Too bad.
Sorry, Pat.
All right, let's hit our meathead of the day today. Why don't we start with some announcers for you here? We'll start off with J.J. Watt. I like J.J. Watt, but he has been trying to figure out his hair now for a while. He's a football player. He always kept it very tight. Now as an analyst, he's trying to figure out what to do with it and getting a little flack for it on the broadcast.
It's in the day. Have you lost caring for that new lettuce?
A lot. It's ridiculous. I was literally thinking this morning, I never used to have to do this.
Are you traveling a blow dryer? Come on, you could say it.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. One of those Dysons. It's nice.
Oh, it's a Dyson.
It's my wife's. It's like, but yes, it's a lot. I thought about it this morning. I looked in the mirror and I said, do you need this half hour?
It's a half hour.
Oh, yeah.
Full on.
Full half hour. Because you got to, like, condition it. I never conditioned my hair in my life. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I condition.
Of course you do. It's beautiful.
There's J.J. Watt speaking at the Iron Eagle about his new hair regiment because he is trying to be a broadcaster and doing it. Matt, if you were on TV every single week, not just YouTube, but big time making millions of dollars, would you go further to make your hair look nice?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm really a big hat guy. So
Yeah.
I don't particularly see myself ever doing a show where I can't wear a hat. Because that's kind of my vibe, you know. I mean, I got a nice head of hair up here. It's kind of long right now, but I could probably see if I was in JJ's position, I could probably see myself doing something like that. At least giving it a shot, you know.
Yeah, I feel like I would, but like day 3 of it, I'm like, I'm not spending 30 minutes doing my hair. There's
There's
no
a
way.
0% chance that I would spend 30 minutes a day. Like
There's
it would have to
0%.
be once a week at max.
And then another great Rob Gronkowski moment, trying to pronounce a name.
Also did it without his number 1 wide receiver, Mike Evans. And you got to give credit to this rookie sensation wide receiver out of Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka, going for over 100 yards. Emeka Egbuka. I'm getting confused.
There you
going.
They immediately go, you can't say that. Big boo. Rob Gronkowski trying his hardest to be an analyst out there.
I like Gronk. He needs to think less, which shouldn't be too hard for him.
All right, we're going to think less. We're going to take off. We'll be back tomorrow to get into more. That'll be a wrap-up show of the week because a big roundtable happening on Friday during the show with my man Matt and a lot of the rest of the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew there in Dallas. So tomorrow we'll get there. We'll get our picks in. We've got to talk some Oklahoma. We've got a guest coming on to speak some Oklahoma as well, a knowledgeable Oklahoma source to give us more insight. Maybe we'll know the injury report coming out. Where's John Mateer listed? I'm going with doubtful on a Wednesday.
Okay.
And that's my guess coming out. All right, we'll get into all that and more tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.